Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Zelda Speedruns. Today we've got the grand finals of the Creative Time Randomizers Random Settings League. This is Season 7 here. We've got ourselves Alexis versus Schulzer. Game 1 in a best of 3. I'm Star, and joining me on comms today is Kalo. How are you doing? You there? Alright, momentary tech issues here, but we've got ourselves a good race. We've got Alexis versus Schulzer, French-German matchup here. For those not familiar, Random Settings League is, well, as it says, the settings are random. We could be here for 5 minutes, we could be here for 6 hours. The shortest RSL win time of all on record is a whopping 4 minutes flat. The longest win time in a tournament race, I believe the record remains 10.5 hours, though that was a couple of years ago. More recently, it's most recent longest win times have been in the 6-hour range. We'll see how this goes. Looks like we do have between our runners a late medallion start as adult. We have a full wallet, 3 hearts, Bolero, and Prelude. Okay. And Kayla, you there?
Yes, I am. From
Great, yeah.
when you switch live, it completely separates me from the voice channel. So hello, I am here. Hi, everyone.
Yep, hello, welcome in. Yeah, sorry, I was a little concerned because your internet, you just abruptly quit talking. Zulian, the 4-minute flat win time was a one-piece Triforce hunt. They found the one singular Triforce hunt piece, and that was it.
Yeah, I think it was straight to Lake, was it?
No, it
It was
was in
on.
Domain. It was overall DER, and you started in Kokiri. So there
Ah,
was 2 ways to go. Those people took the correct exit to Kokiri to get to Domain for your one Triforce piece. The one person who took the other exit finished in about 10 minutes.
twice as long.
I know, right? Imagine finishing a scene in 10 minutes and being 2.5 times longer than the winner.
It's why we enjoy RSL. It's why we enjoy RSL.
Yeah, and we do have a prediction here in the in the in the chat for how long will this one be? Is it going to be some hour? Is it going to be between 1 and 5 hours, or is this going to be a slog over 5 hours? We
And to
apologies
speak,
for the slight delay. We are Schultzer's internet has been on the struggle bus as of late, so he's restarting his router.
there was in the finals last year, and speaking of fast seeds, if I remember right, their game 2 was about 36 minutes long.
That's pretty
Started,
fast.
yeah, they started with magic. It was vanilla Kakiri sword. There was a bow in Mido's shop, and it was one dungeon reward bridge. They did Deku and just went straight out.
Yeah, I mean, for this tournament so far, things happened in Schultzer's the first match of Schultzer's semifinal against Chimp, where the winner ended up being just over the 6-hour mark. The other 2 matches were 2.5 hours and just about 3 hours, so not as bad. And then for Alexis, his 3 matches against Flush we're a 4 hour win time, and then two shorter seeds of about 3 hours, and both in the 3 to 4 hour range.
Do you have to point out that Zelda Speedruns is not sponsored by any antivirus vendor? Other vendors do exist.
Yep. Um,
The best of times and worst of times, and often at the same time.
Absolutely. I I've watched 5 out of 6 semifinals. I missed Schulzer Chimp game one. 5 out of 6 semifinal matches. The one that mostly distinctly sticks out to me was Alexis Fluche. Game two was a 100-piece Triforce hunt. Was very interesting.
The maximum value.
Yep. One that actually cannot be generated without some number of sanities on because there's just not enough junk in the regular item pool for it. In that seed, it turned out to be small Keezy and silver rupee pouches.
It looks like we have a Schulzer.
Great. Yep, looks like he is back, and we should be going shortly here. Apologies for the delay, chat. Technical issues will do technical issue things.
We do have an adult start and a bolero, so wouldn't be surprised to see them start off with that.
No, they can't. No ocarina.
Oh, yes. Didn't look for that icon.
Yeah, well, it's not lit up, so. I mean, we certainly hope we don't have to reschedule because both their internets decide to crash for real. Although we have had there was an RSL race a few years back where they had to replay because somebody's cat walked on their keyboard and restarted the entire emulator.
Is that
I,
9 medallions, I think it was, all dungeons for the bridge. And yes, the door of time is closed. Interesting hint pool. You've got important
so there's
items
bombs and
and arbitrary.
trader. Or we have at least dungeon skull sandy because the two side skulls in the well have a token and a huge rupee. There's 4 major items in lake and a 20 choose in Goron City, and it's overworld ER. Whoa.
Not
It is all
indoor, at
for
least.
carpenters, we have all for carpenters, so it is open bridge, Gerudo Bridge.
Yeah, they've just walked over the bridge, so it's nice to know that indoor rando isn't a thing, so it is just overworld.
Yep. Oh,
And
that's kind of That's kind of not quite vanilla. The Temple of Time exit. Okay, we're not going that way.
it's nice for adult to have an easy way to mark it. Unfortunately, child coming out of there isn't going to be able to cross the bridge, so
Nope,
it's not an easy way to mark it
not from
as.
front to back. No. We do have a vanilla guard hut telling us it is 6 big poos.
There we go. Confirmed no entrance. At least that's 2 vanillas in a row.
Mm-hmm. And here's
Mark it
Cat. All
straight.
right.
Yeah, mark it straight into Kakariko. So a lot of entrances to check.
Child's way back to Temple of Time is going to be prelude, likely, given that we started with it, and we'll need knock reader by the time we can go, Child, because it's closed door of time.
That looks like 4 items, I believe, in the shop.
We'll see here. Mirror Shield. That might be shop's 0, as in the contents, as in there's no randomized, like, special items in the shops, it's just which shop's items are in which slots have gotten randomized. No indoors ER confirmed. Just overworld ER.
See the grottos at least.
Yep.
And if merchants are on.
Which is not. There's our first field entrance of the seed. I've been having issues with my overworld ER tracker lately, so I will not be running an overworld ER tracker. We do have Grotto ER, Sunsong Grave in the back of CAC. And Settings Tracker will get an update once I have a chance to look at it, as we get our first token of the seed. We already knew it's Dungeon Skulls from our hints.
It is my number one random settings pin that I always forget to check the Granny's Potion Shop, so glad to see both runners have.
Cannot check to see if it's Song Sandy yet because we don't have an ocarina for the windmill song.
They'll show up when they show up, whether that's 10 minutes in or 3 hours in.
To note also, no boulder shuffle, most likely, given that all 3 boulders in the way to Goron City were vanilla. Regular old bomb rocks. I have seen a boulder shuffle seed in RSL before, but it doesn't look like this is one of them.
Yeah, I don't know what the ratio is for that one. I think it's quite rare to be picked.
Cacti Graveyard entrance is a different side of Goron City.
One you can actually do.
Cac is one end of Lost Woods. And there's our graveyard, which is great because we can find out where our lighters are. We are definitely not beating the record for fastest seeds. Lighters and Spirit. Okay.
Spirit.
And Chad, if someone can go look in the VOD for our win conditions, that would be great. Alexis read at the start of the seed, but he was so fast I have no idea what they said.
One of them was 9 medallions and 3 stones. It was 9 dungeon rewards.
Got it.
So,
and we
either way, we're doing everything.
End of the Wasteland. We, by the way, are... Not that I was paying the most attention, but we do not have overworld crates and pots on, because we didn't see any in CAC.
You're at the Colossus side of Wasteland, so it's never logical to head this way around.
Yeah, but I point that out as we do have pre-planted beans, citing for Alexis. Yeah, I point out the crates thing because that was a deciding factor in one of the semis.
The crates.
And oh, that's very interesting. Dompe, our theater is in the Dompe Grave entrance. That tells us it's required only. You cannot access that entrance as child.
Yep. Which means all of the mask checks are unavailable. No.
Yep.
No Mask of Truth today.
Nope. And because it's pre-planted beans and we have Lost Woods access, we can go and immediately see if we can access an ocarina, as long as we don't get one-wayed over here, which we did not. I have seen people get one-wayed out this way before, and it's very rude. There's a vanilla ocarina. Very nice.
It's a vanilla ocarina.
And Trish's game keys are shuffled because we got a loser green rupee and a graveyard crate. Good catch, chat. Big Pose is dead. Great. Don't have to worry about that. And this will be our first dungeon entrance of the seed. Wasteland of Fortress is the bottom of DMT. And we have Dungeon ER. Forest is ice.
I was about to say this will be our first dungeon check on each side.
Nothing on top of DC, although that pre-planted bean may matter. And Shadow in DC.
It's definitely dungeon to dungeon.
And yes, it is entirely possible for RSL to have 10 big pose on. I remember a seed earlier in the tournament, as we get a...
It is...
small key to forest.
6 big pose today. It was 600 point seeds.
But we had a... Yeah, we had a seed in RSL earlier in RSL. I commentated where it was 10 big pose was the... Where I think it was... Where Light Trial was on, 10 big pose had strength 3, I think, and House Cat was a mirror shield. which we found out within the first 5 minutes and went, okay, game, all right then, we're going to be here for a while. Anything over
I
4
think
is mean doesn't always hit, yes, SLU. Although, for the item, although the Poe Merchant tells you how many Poes you need.
yeah, 4 sounds familiar. Schulzer using the full extent of the trail bean, something you very rarely do. Most people never bothered learning where it goes after the top of Dodongo's cavern.
Yep. Okay, we have. Looks like it might be just Dungeon Skulls because of that was 2 vanilla skulls on a DMT. We know it's Dungeon Skulls. I'll chat. Field to Ranch is Kokiri. Alright, let's go check Mido's house.
Path of
And Deku
Skulls.
Path of Skulls. Oh boy, so we have a Skull Wincon on, also indicated by 3 big skull chests in Mido's house. Someone in chat, please go double check our win cons. I would like to know how many skull tokens we need.
One thing to note is it does look like it's only the Dungeon Skull shuffled. So, what is it, 45?
44, but it's still a
44.
lot. Big Aura
Yeah.
does a heart piece. And heart piece on the crater. Anyone who bet under 4 hours, yeah, we're gonna be here a while.
There is the Dampe's grave, strength 2 locked in the valley.
Yep. It is open fountain to note as well, because we just checked that exit, which is another side of Hyrule Field. And we've got our Colossus Axis as adult here.
We do get to see whether it's on Saturday or not.
But yeah. Yeah, if someone in chat could go check the VOD and let us know what our win cons are, please do. I would like to know. Yes, this is required only with skulls. That might be bad. Depending on how many skulls we need, it could
It's required
be...
only, but there are 9
It is also
dungeons
all
required,
dungeons for
so
one of the win cons, yeah. So that's why I want
there's
to
not
know
going to
our
be that much. It's not going to be that much that isn't required.
No, but
We
there
should be getting all the
might be
items.
some goofy skull placement.
Is true, Overworld entrance rando could give you that.
And Water Temple is in the Spirit entrance today, as our Scrub sells us paperweight. No thanks. And...
Sometimes it feels like the Kakariko Grotto gets shuffled every time. The location of it.
And Song at Colossus check is ZL. We need that.
There is our always hint for Big Pose. It is dead, so no 6 pose today.
We saw the other copy in Fountain earlier for Alexis, and Bolero took us to CAC, so we do have Warp Song Shuffle. And I have no idea where Prelude went, because I was not reading. Chat?
Yeah, I saw Bolero and that was it.
Oh, chat says it's 9 gold skulls for the Gans Castle boss key. Funny.
In that case, I'm surprised Schulzer went out of the way to get the one on the rock in Colossus. Maybe hadn't confirmed it was Overworld skulls yet or not.
Oh no, there are still 100 gold tokens in the game, Fenris. 9 gold tokens is free, basically. We don't care about the Gans Castle boss key. We don't care about the Gans Castle boss key.
And that is a shuffled Overworld skull. I guess it was just bad luck for us that the first 3 or 4 overworld skulls we looked at were tokens.
Seems like it, yep. 9
It's
skulls,
another
okay, this might only be 3.5 hours. Yeah, no, 9 gold skulls is free, especially because it's again no castle boss key. We'll probably find it before we find Yen's castle, honestly.
Yeah, we don't have vanilla overworld skulls. It just happened that the first ones we checked were. Tower won't be shuffled, but
No, it can.
the
But Yen's castle itself can be shuffled as part of Dungeon ER. They did not ban that setting.
yeah.
But we won't know until we find Yen's castle or until we get all 9 dungeons. Because we certainly won't be checking the Rainbow Bridge anytime soon, so we're assuming it's Yen's castle on the Rainbow Bridge until we hear otherwise. Right, Theater Grotto here for Alexis. Okay, regular Scrub Grotto. This is not the special Scrub Grotto, so we'll know. I think this is our first sign of Scrub Sanity. And we do have cheap scrubs on. Heart piece.
It's kind of scrub.
Yeah, it's possible because it's beatable only. We might just find Gan's castle in a random dungeon entrance somewhere. 7 tokens already
Yeah.
for Alexis. Did I mention that 9 tokens is going to be completely free?
No, we get to see another grave here.
And Schulzer going to pick up his ocarina now.
Yeah, I don't think the period of time Alexis has had the ocarina so far has pushed him forward in any way. Pushed him ahead in any way.
Not especially, no.
The Door of Time is attached to Valley, but our adult save quits goes there.
Yep. Yeah, our adult spawn is vanilla. We just can't open it.
At least for half the seed we've got easy temple access. We'll see how easy it is to get back as a child.
It may never be child accessible. Honestly, we may never get Song of
Yeah.
Time for that matter. We have no idea. It's required only. Sure, it's all Dungeons Bridge, but Gan's Castle may not actually be on the other side of the bridge. If it is, we will have child access at some point, but again, kind of up in the air. Song of Time is in ice. Is something jedinous. And Song of Time, so that we know we know that Song of Time is in ice, but where is ice? Who knows? Where are bottles? No clue.
We're sort of 17 minutes in. There really hasn't been that much found. A lot of entrances, a lot of grottos. When it comes down to it, we've got a mirror shield and not much else.
No. Something to note is that even if Gan's Castle isn't in its vanilla entrance, they did ban 0 trials and 1 trial, so we do have at minimum 2 trials on. We will need some number of items and some form of Spirit Temple access too, because Spirit has our light arrows, in order to beat this seed. Shoebag on the lab roof is a very good find.
Especially with Grotto Shuffle.
And our windmill song is Serenade.
Their arbitrary warp. We've got 3 now.
Serenade, let's see where this warp is. takes us to Crater,
There.
which specifically Crater Fairy. If this were ALR, that would have most likely been our Bolero Orb, but it's not.
Yeah. In ALR, there's 3 pads that are mandatory. Requiem, Bolero, and Nocturne.
Depending on things. Requiem not
Yeah.
necessarily because of if
Whatever's
it's
in.
Overworld or Dungeon ER, or both in our case. Nocturne and Bolero, yes. Yeah, it's all locations reachable versus required only. They changed the name to required only a couple of years back because people got really confused and thought that if you set it to ALR, you wouldn't be able to beat the game or something, but, well. Anyhow.
You've got the names you've got now.
Yep. And owls can take those spots as well for child access, yes. Confirmed shop 0, by the way, which means there's no randomized item pool items in the shops, but which shops sell what is random, so...
It's a good thing we got a Mirror Shield, because who knows where you get a Hylian.
Good to see our Deku Tree hints here. Good idea. We, again, we may not see Child this seed at the rate we're going. Someone tell us what our damage multiplier is, because I have no idea. And it is Open Deku. One of the semifinals where nobody checked if it was Open Deku for several hours, and then and Kokira's Sword was like 50 skulls or something stupid, and then they all felt silly when it turned out to be Open Deku and you didn't need 50 skulls. Whoops!
And that's our Spirit Temple for the light arrows when they are needed.
Deku Tree has Bomb Shoes, thank you. We also know it's Path to Skulls, which that does not mean it locks 92 skulls. It just means that there is something in there that locks skulls. As hey, speaking of, there's that Canyon's Castle boss key for Alexis. And Shadow Way of the Hero. Good hit.
Now, whether that's for Spirit Temple or whether it's for the trials, guess we need to wait until we can get into Gan's Castle.
Yep.
So that's three-way of the heroes so far, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it looks like it's Market Back Alley is where our Serenade or Prelude warps go specifically. Hint commands are up to date. Settings tracker is up to date. There's a lot to keep track of.
Yes.
And this is even without tracking Overworld ER. If I was tracking that too, I've tracked Overworld ER in the past, but right now my Overworld ER tracker's been functioning on me, so...
I can track Overworld ER if I'm playing, not watching, especially not when I'm watching 2 people.
Yeah, I've done it before, but only when I got a working entrance tracker, and lately it's been malfunctioning on me, so going to just leave it alone. Need to figure out why it's malfunctioning, but that's something for a different time.
Making good use of this Serenade.
Huh, did not know that worked to get the skull, just a recovery heart.
Yeah, it's not one I've ever considered doing. I'm choose for that. I don't know if it's in the logic either. I assume it is.
Probably, it doesn't look all that.
No, regular bombs are.
I mean,
one of those awkward skulls.
Well, you can pick it. Well, you can even just jump slash to that one. I think you can jump slash to that one to BGS.
Yes, or with magic.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fun one there on Schulzer's side. Managed to go through Desert Colossus as the timer ran out.
Oh, that's what happened? Ha. And Alexis seeing the Deku Path to Skulls and going, great, thanks! But I think Path of Skulls is similar to Path of Gold for Triforce Sun, where it just means that there is an item in Deku that locks at least one skull token, which, given there's 100 of them and they're all random, yes, thank you.
Thing is, it's still useful information to know that there is some level of useful item in the Deku Tree.
And it is not the hinted chew pack because we cannot get double hints like that. Yeah, another heart piece. We've seen a few heart pieces, but no heart containers yet, which is making me wonder if this might be scarce item pool.
Could be. I'm not sure we've seen enough to really start deciding that, but
we haven't yet. We do know that we know of 2 true packs, both 10 packs, which might be some kind of indication, but I can't see the item on the Colossus right hand, so I'm guessing that's a small chest, although I'm terrible with freestanding, so that might not be saying much.
Someone in the chat saying, go Deku Tree, get 1 bottle. Yeah, but if you get 1 bottle and then you find Ice Cavern, you've got Song of Time and therefore Child. So, you're right, Barf.
And Alexis finding this Shadow Temple, which we now know is Path, or Way of the Hero. We unfortunately have no clue where it might be. And Schulzer is going to find the interesting news about our win conditions.
But we've got 3 hints so far. The Light Arrows are in Spirit Temple. Deku Tree has a thing. Shadow Temple's Way of the Hero. Do you really want those as the hinted locations, since you have to full clear them anyway? Or at least clear most of them for the win condition?
One of the issues is that Shadow and Spirit are very high item requirement dungeons, so you need a bunch of stuff to even get whatever's hinted in there.
Yeah, which makes me lean towards Shadow probably being for trials. Maybe a strength 3.
And our Valley hint is that Lake Lab has a token and something junk, so.
Oh, we love Bean. We love Bean River.
Question in chat, why are people talking about Childless with 9 Dungeon Reward Bridge? It might be full Ganon's Castle. It is Dungeon ER Inco, which might include Ganon's Castle. We have no way of finding out unless we randomly run across Ganon's Castle in like GTG or something, but it's not impossible. We haven't found Ice Cavern yet, because that's where Song of Time is, as Schulzer just found out.
It is free Scarecrow as well. For what that's worth.
Mm-hmm. Also, in Cohere, we know 100% we found out very, very quickly, GTG and Shadow, that we found out very, very early that it's speed required only because Deku Theater is in the Dompe grave. Even with Warp Song Shuffle, that is still a guaranteed required only. That, and also, yes, our overworld ER means that our Temple of Time entrance is locked behind the wrong side of the wrong side of Gerudo Valley, and Child can't get across that, so might have some problems if we don't find a warp song, which we haven't yet. We've seen 3 out of 6, and none of them go to Temple of Time.
You'd also have to go find the other ones, the other warp songs, which may be in Child.
Yep. Did find SFM, speaking of song check, so that's something at least. And there's that Gan's Castle boss key for Schulzer. Again, Gan's Castle boss key is basically free this seed.
Yeah, both times.
Half hour.
Most times I've seen that, I've gone, oh no, it's boss key shuffle. always hated doing this jump at nighttime because the seam of the wall really does start to blend in with the background. Dark.
Okay, Pierre is a token. I was going to say, I don't even think that works. At least not from that angle.
There will be some angle that works. Whether anyone knows it, there we go.
Yep. Just face it straight on and don't send it down at an angle. And junk hit doesn't itself say much. I think it's fairly common to get 1 or 2 junk hits in in this season of RSL. 40 is a token, first skull hint of the seed. 8 majors in forest, okay. Keep in mind that this is, because it's a skull win condition, even though it's only 9 tokens and they both already have against Castle Bosky, tokens count as major items. 8 majors in forest is going to mostly be tokens.
Which does make sense why our first hint was Lake Hylia has 4.
Yep.
That would be quite a high count for a lake.
Yep. I mean, there's probably going to be 1 or 2 actual items in forest, but most of those 8 is going to be tokens.
You never know. Maybe it does have 2 hook shots, hammer.
We have found it. Unfortunately, we can't do much of anything in it, but we did find it.
We've done at least the first room.
Okay, Deku in the water entrance. And this...
Don't like this. Oh.
Yeah. That's a kind of
shoes,
an
at least.
awkward wall to try and use a chew on.
Awkward wall, the river is slowly pulling you left. The odds are against you.
Geometry not your friend on that one.
No. Alexis is going to be hoping for...
field, which is a reasonable play. We don't have a lot to do this seed, honestly.
Okay, he did get them. Alexis
Yep.
was out of skulls, so would have been very much hoping
a TCG key in ranch.
Yeah, that lines up since we had
the loser green rupee.
A loser green rupee, showing that the rewards from the treasure chest game are shuffled into the item pool.
Yeah, and chew drops are on. Yes, we knew that because of the chew bag, which is...
Yeah, we got chew bag on the top of lake, on the top of the lab.
Yep. And we're going to check 10 skulls for Alexis. A token here, and DC Way of the Hero. Alright, if
Another
we can
dungeon
find
Way of the Hero. I think we are leaning towards maybe not having a childless seed, because we're racking up the number of dungeons that are required entry.
Yeah, there's a bow for Alexis. That's a good find. Didn't see which grotto this was. We'll see in a second, but that's a great find for Alexis. Kaka Bomb Grotto.
Perfect spot for it. Right next to the archery.
Yep, and our Tektite Grotto entrance has 2 more scrubs for us, which sell not much.
Unfortunately, it may look like daytime, but it is not daytime. Alexis is going to have to use
not
up
quite
sometime
yet.
a day.
Very early in the morning.
A few seconds of progress should do it.
Or he'll just come back later. I mean, we can just warp straight back to CAC.
It's one check, yeah.
We have Valero, which warps us straight to the Skullhouse entrance. Not too bad to get back to.
But when you've got shoes and entire Southfield's worth of grottos.
Yeah, that's where Alexis is heading. Schulzer is going to check the field to Valley entrance. Cannot check this grotto, though, because it's hammerlocked as adult.
Here is the OGC.
Yep. Again, will not be able to... I'm Schulzer, I checked the skull here. Hello?
Schulzer's checked enough skulls to know that Overworld is shuffled as well. I think it was him that we saw do the Goron City skull that showed us it was...
Yeah, he knows that, so I'm confused why he's not doing it.
Our bow coming in useful now?
Arrows on the remote grotto, which we can't get because we need the hookshot.
Yeah. But one nice thing about having the bow is that Alexis mostly no longer has to deal with aiming bomb shoes to try and catch skulls high up on the ceiling. And speaking of skulls, there is a strength upgrade.
We probably need that.
Even if you don't need it, it's probably going to be the one you want to pick up.
Yeah, given we've got skulls, and we've got full skull sanity. 30 skulls is not going to be hard to pick up.
No. Although 30 is the sort of upper limit for what's easy. 40 and 50 get awkward fast.
Good information to have early. Our runners were going to be collecting until 20 and until they got the 50 anyway, plus they're just going to randomly stumble across tokens everywhere.
And back to Kakariko. It is the daytime. Can get the archery done now.
Yep. DC is DC. Shadow.
They've seen it. They have not done anything because they can't get past the gap.
Nope. No hookshot. No hovers. We would really like one of those things soon, I think. And our DMP Bombable Grotto has more scrubs in it, selling us a heart piece. We are 35 minutes in. We have relatively few items, no heart containers. I'm gonna say this is scarce item pool. Token
it's probably getting safe to guess that now.
Also, what's our damage? I think it might be normal damage.
I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary when it comes to damage.
There was a funny scene earlier in RSL, this season of RSL, where it was technically double damage, but they started with double defense, so it basically, functionally, for all functional purposes, it was normal damage.
Fair, I will say, I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary with damage, but we haven't really fought any enemies yet.
We did take a fall down to Valley at one point for Schulzer, and that took 1 heart exact, so I think that's normal. First look at the Goron City maze will be another hint. Yeah, we would like to find DC since it's Way of the Hero, but we haven't found it.
To be fair, we've checked quite a lot of entrances already.
We have. Oh, big chest. We're running out of entrances we can check. Blue Rupee and Shadow. Gee, thank you.
Can I confirm that that is not the path? Because it was hinted.
I think that was a 20-pack of chews there for Alexis. Well,
yeah. I mean, it's a refill, but Unfortunately, not what you want to see in a big chest after you've already picked up the Bumchu bag.
Yeah. At this point,
Well,
you would really
Bumchu,
like a hook shot, probably, is the thing they would really like. But game is
to be
saying
honest,
no.
any item.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see Alexis go back to Forest with that bow. We're gradually running out of checks. We're going to open this so we can come back here faster for later with, because the other side of that's very close to Temple of Time.
Oh, not quite getting the swag trick.
Nope, and then an Octorok knocks him the rest of the way off. But given that 30 skulls is a strength upgrade, I think you want to go. That's how you do want to get skulls. May not want to go back around for that specific one, but you do want to get skulls that are convenient.
Yeah. You want a Hylian shield when you've got Dungeon Shuffle, because the Deku Scrubs in Deku Tree, which is in the Water Temple entrance, need a Hylian shield, because
Yep,
the nuts
Shadow
just
Trial on,
explode.
and there's our hover boots.
Here you go, Shadow is... Let's see how much of that's in logic now. All the way
Shadow
up
Trial
to
first.
the... All the way
We
up
can
to
do everything up
Three
to the
Dead
hook
Room.
shot lock, yeah, which is a good half of Shadow Temple.
Yeah. Half of the progress through it. Probably about a third of the way through the item list, I think. Shadow's a very back heavy dungeon as far as items.
Mm-hmm. Colossus Fairy is a new check as well for Alexis. Thing I'd like to point out
Since you've
as well
had...
for Chad, in case anyone is wondering, they elected for no breaks. So even if this seed is looking like a bit of a doozy, and we will be here without breaks for the entire time.
Yeah. Funnily enough, they asked each other. They didn't ask me.
Yeah. And Minuet in Crater, alright, more warp songs.
More warps, more chances of having having the template time available.
Mm-hmm. And this is going to be another dungeon entrance too, which is important. Yeah, it's going to be long if you
Dongo's
don't find
cabin we're
Ganon's
really
castle
looking
somewhere
for.
that's not Ganon's. There's ice, finally. Except we have no bottles.
No, but we can get one check. We can see some checks.
We can also check the silver rupee situation. It's not...
That's probably the better, Luke. Yeah.
It's not... It could be silver rupee pouches, not regular silver rupees. We've seen too many checks and no silver rupees, so it would have to be pouches specifically, but... no, regular old silver rupees. Just gonna peek the skull here and get going. Yeah.
And nothing on it either.
But that is very good information to know. We have Ice Cavern here. And our minuet warp today is... Graveyard. Okay. Not our Nocturne warp. That's... We're running out of warp songs. That's not good.
Yeah.
We know Shadow is in GTG by way... that GTG is in the Shadow entrance. That is an adult-only dungeon. At least it is not necessarily one of our stone or medallion dungeons, but that is a piece of information to note.
I mean, if we're going through potentials, there are the owls. Owls can take you to the Nocturne pad. If it's a dungeon.
Yeah, but there's only a
Can be
limit
as
on
child.
what child can do in GTG, so it's something to keep in mind. And yeah, time for Forest Temple with hovers and bow. Makes a lot of sense. Fire has Deku seeds. Thank you.
But if you go there now, you can get 5 rupees.
Yes, because we have not found either of the slingshots in this seed. There are going to.
Sometimes the dungeon contains an X pays off. A lot of the time it doesn't. It's told us where a good number of bum chew bags are.
Yeah, we know where chew bags are. Those are usually more limited and scarce, but not when we've got chew bags in logic.
And ice was? This was the one I forgot.
And yeah, our hints are fairly terrible so far. We know there's 8 majors in here, but that says dipple given its tokens.
I think the most likely option here is it is going to be your Shadow Temple now. You've got the hover boots. That, as we say, that opens up half of the dungeon progress and probably about 40% of the items.
Yeah, it's a good amount
We're
of
running
checks.
dry.
We're running very dry on checks for sure.
Not be surprised to see the hook shot finally turning up in there. Which would potentially be our first dungeon completion, depending on what's in the pack.
I mean, first hookshot or a strength upgrade, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those in here, too.
That too, that too.
There is no way to know for sure, but we are probably close to 30 skulls in logic.
Yeah, we've seen a good number. I definitely would not be surprised to be told we are.
Although it doesn't matter a whole lot because we haven't found. Oh, we know we have found Spirit Temple, because that would open some things up. Key on the Floor Master. I don't remember my Forest Temple vanilla key layout very well, but I'm wondering if small key in the well. I'm wondering if it might be vanilla small keys.
Right, small key in the well is a small key in vanilla, because that's why the draining the water puzzle exists.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm thinking we have vanilla small keys this seed, which, okay, I suppose.
See, this was much easier to work out when you had Master Quest on, you know?
For chat, Kayla's a little disappointed that Master Quest is turned off in this season of Varicel.
It's the one benefit there is to having me on commentary. The only thing I know.
You're going to see 3 key forest. This is not in logic, but that.
There's one of our 8 items. It is a skull token. There's the other one. So we're now at 2, at least.
As expected. Not surprising. Not 3 key forest, but yeah, we can jump slash over here and grab this tokens. Shadow Trelon means that we'll need. Well, we know where our fire arrows are, we just can't get them.
Hover boots on Schulzer's side, and I know Schulzer has seen both Shadow Temple and the path hint for Shadow.
They both have. Yeah. Actually, the Shadow Path was at the Deku Tree. I don't think Alexis checked those hints. Critter Wall is a junk hint. Thanks.
There's those freestandings, vanilla.
Yep, yeah. No freestandings, it looks like the seed. No pots or crates either, just a fairly snooze fest.
Yeah, and these pots in Forest are also not shuffled, so it's not dungeon pots either.
I'm thinking that all is just completely off.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and we saw the freestandings in Forest as well, so those dungeons are off too.
So the main room skull in Forest is a hookshot locked hookshot. Yay!
I mean, the long shot is going to be probably maybe required. At this point, we're rumbling through dungeon checks that could point us to Gan's castle. And we now know that where Song of Time is, and it's accessible as soon as we get a bottle.
Or blue fire arrows and a magic meter, wherever that might be.
Yeah.
Alexis doesn't have the shadow wave to hear, and I don't think it's going to much matter because he's running out of things to do that isn't that. So,
Yeah.
and he's gonna roll his eyes at that hint for us as 8 natures. Yeah, I saw about 3 tokens in the hookshot in there. Thank you. That's very helpful. That's definitely the information I needed.
I stared longingly at that hookshot.
Can the OGC skill be the hook? Absolutely. Schulzer not checking it. Might bite.
Yes, it can. The OGC skull does not require any item. It's in logic with just the sword, because you can backflip or side hop into it. I think the only one, the kind of skull like that is a bit awkward in logic is the one in Zor's domain, since it's just out of reach of the sword. So that's how you end up with things like Bigoron sword gets it, or just magic on its own because you can use a spin attack.
Yeah, there's some really weird logic edge cases with that one, though. Again, logic edge cases that come
Yeah.
up never.
I've seen it come up once, exactly once, magic being needed for it.
Yeah, because you need something to be able to hit it. Because while you can jump flash to peek it, you can't. Yeah, you can't really just. It's too far to
It'll
get.
fall to the ground before you ever pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
And then going up the stairs reloads the scene, so
Yep, it's just too
it
far.
rejuvenates the spider.
Yeah, it's too far for it to keep to stay loaded.
Meanwhile, having a bow makes it trivial.
And all that for a recovery heart.
Alexis still has Northfield to go through. Does make sense
saw this
to
earlier. Well, he'll find out that there's a treasure chest game in Key and Ranch and go, yes, thank you.
It does make sense to push this before beelining to Shadow Temple, because there is a lot of stuff in Northfield when it comes to Grotto Shuffle.
For sure.
It is true, these little logic quirks do come up. I remember the first seed I ever rolled, I never finished because it was Din's Fire required to get the Goron pot. Never occurred to me that that was possible.
Yeah, it's one of those things that makes perfect sense once you know about it, but it may not. It's not obvious. And Alexis being a little unhappy about the DC way of the hero hint. Don't blame him. And that is 16 tokens for him, so both making good progress on that 30 skill strength upgrade.
So with that Shadow Temple path hint is our first one in a Woth area. So we'll see what we can pull out of this. So we can get everything except one skull up to the hookshot lock. It's a decent chunk of items. By far the densest place in the game at the moment anyway, so I don't think it's going to be long before Alexis heads in, even without the hint.
Just not much left in the game.
At this point, I think Shadow Temple alone has about the same number of checks as the rest of the game.
Because, I mean, it's this, if 30 skulls is in, there's like a couple of more things to do in Forest, I guess.
Yeah.
It's this. Go see if 30. Do every check you can get to look for tokens for 30 skulls for forest, which black. Probably that OGC skull and probably something random somewhere because it's really hard to keep track of what's left in this with this much going on.
Yeah.
And
I
we
mean,
will
even
see
with
that
just
skull.
overworld shuffle, it's awkward. We are going to see what Schulzer has missed out on. See if it is important.
Well, don't do
We'll,
that.
we'll try. And a bomb bag, that is probably not. That's very unlikely to be our path.
Yeah, it's way up the hero, not path shadow, but yeah, unlikely. Given it's a chew bags on, which means that chews are expected for explosives, and they're basically functionally identical. Token on no GC, so not a big deal for Schulzer, thankfully. But yeah, that is not going to be our way of the hero, most likely.
It would be useful if they're running low on shoes, as they are about to go to a hard bomb-locked wall.
This is feeling like it could be a fairly tight 30 skull strength. Um,
Yeah.
there is no way of knowing There really is no way of knowing how many skulls are in logic because it's full token sanity and got a zillion other things going on. But we've got so little left in the game. It very well could be about 30 out of 30, which would be extremely rude.
Full token and beatable only. You don't even know where the bulk of the others are.
Nope. That'd be funny because it's 9 token bridge, and then you don't need your tokens aren't a particular problem for the bridge. They're a problem for the 30 skull strength upgrade.
Yeah. And I am going to hazard the guess that the Gibdos do not have a key.
This chest here is going to be the compass. Is the
Yeah.
compass room, so not a key.
Yeah. So we definitely are in the vanilla keys. I may not know my forest as much. I am better with my shadow keys.
Hey bartender, yes, Deku is Path to Skulls. It's not for that shoe pack that Alexis just got the hint for. It also doesn't really matter because it's that just means that there is an item in Deku that unlocks at least one skull token, which given its full token sanity, there's 100 of them in the game. Yeah, not helpful.
Thing is, now that I'm thinking about it, what items do lock skulls, and which of those items do I not want?
I mean, it could be basically anything: strings, rings, hammer.
Strength would be nice. A boomerang would be nice, since I need to.
Could
A
even be a
decent chance I need to
scale.
beat
Like there's
Jabu.
all kinds of silly things.
A scale's probably the only one that isn't useful.
Slingshot wouldn't be very good either.
Yeah.
We probably have no foolish locations. I'll be honest, with it being full skull sanity and 9 token bridge.
Mentioned in the chat, Stone Shadow finds a way. Stone Shadow definitely finds a way when it's 9 medallions for the bridge.
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
at this point, we're probably going to need to do all of them.
Yeah, we're thinking. So there was some speculation about it being full ER, including Gan's Castle, but that bow is not our pathway of the hero game.
Yeah. This one might be, though. Hammer, that's much more waffy.
Yeah, that. We need that for Shadow Trial, if absolutely nothing else. So.
Or water trial.
Even if the runners chose no breaks, are they allowed to negotiate for a break the sea goes too long? Technically, yes. In practice, probably not.
You?
And no, nobody can force our runners to take a break.
I don't think
That
there have
hammer,
been
though,
bad
actually
seeds, but I don't
doesn't
think.
do a whole lot. I think the 2 Hammerlock Skulls and D&T might have both been tokens, and that opens up the Hammer Grotto and Crater, but it
We've
doesn't do a
already...
lot else.
Yeah, the Hammer Grotto and Crater, and one of our warp songs was the fairy fountain there, so it doesn't even
I
open
guess
the fairy.
Valley Hammer rocks too, but that hammer does not do much because we haven't found Fire Temple.
It's quite literally that grotto and Hammer rocks in Valley that I can think of are the only things.
I'm gonna update the Foolish Hints command to say there aren't any.
Yeah, we've seen enough types of hints that I think there aren't going to be any other categories. Another big here, though. We've already found one Wath, doesn't mean there aren't other required items in Shadow. It's not required, but it's definitely something that it's nice to have, especially when there's going to
I'll
be
take that.
a lot of dungeons.
Unfortunately, you can't set it here. They would love to set it in this room, but they can't. Also, I suggest refreshing your comms page. You were a bit ahead on Schulzer there.
Refresh the page.
And I did miss the Crater Grotto, unfortunately, because I was refreshing. What was on the Crater Hammer Grotto? Oh, scrubs. Which,
Potentially
speaking
vanilla.
of scales...
Speaking of Jabu.
Yep.
If I am still ahead.
Yeah, Schulzer just is leaving Graveyard right now on my screen. Also, happy 1 hour, everyone.
Okay, I think I am a little bit ahead then.
Yeah, Scale and Boomerang both hammerlocked. Neither of them do. Well, actually, no. Scale does open up this entrance here. Boomerang is worthless at the moment. We don't just need a second scale for Deku Tree Toxic Rain. We need our other hookshot need our other hookshot to get in the door. And looks like Lost Woods to the river entrance was Fortress, which is could be useful here.
Actually, it's the wrong entrance of Fortress for the Temple of Time. So we've been through our way of the hero. We've got a hammer. Hammer has given us a scale.
Which got us.
We do know that the bridge was completed, so we shouldn't need to.
No Carpenter rescuing, but it is card shuffle.
Yeah. And here we are in Lake Hylia. One wade. Don't know if you've seen much of Lake yet. We did, because the bomb tube bag was on the top.
I was going to say we've seen Bomb Chew Bag and we've seen Apple Fishing. Shoot the Sun will be a new peak, though, even if we can't get it.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get there in time. Should do.
Should be fine. We'll also get the grotto here after that. And here's Hammer for Alexis.
I think we've already checked the grave, and it was nothing.
Maybe, yeah.
Speaking of
What
nothing.
is that? 21 tokens for Alexis. It feels like this is going to be 30 skull strength to go back to Forest Temple for continued progression.
Yeah, maybe one of those 8 items isn't a skull.
Forest is a sapphire, so the reward itself doesn't do much of anything, but yeah. 50 skulls is dead. That's a good hint, at least. I am surprised Schulzer didn't go for the other back lake hint, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going that far out of your way for one. One thing we still don't have are any bottles.
No, we don't. That's what I'm thinking might be in Forest Temple.
Yeah, it's certainly the thing that would open up the most of the game. Even more than a hookshot would.
Now, of course, we have to first find 30 skulls, which is going to be easier said than done.
Well, there is a big in the Hammer Rocks. And it is another
No.
bow.
Oh, so it is not scarce. This seed just really sucks.
Yeah. He just does not want you to be healthy.
Oh, okay.
I guess all of our items are just in the very back of Forest Temple.
Yeah, and no heart containers in sight. Because that's why I was thinking it was scarce, just because we have so few items and no heart containers. But now apparently the seeds
6
just got
containers in
those.
Light Trial.
But 3 bows confirms 100% it is balanced. For what little that's worth, Prelude as a market back alley warp does give us our Zora Tunic purchase availability. That is actual logic if it were ALR. In this case, we know it's definitely not, but it's funny to note.
Yeah. That is our nice way to Gorn City. We did open that earlier, just in case. And one particularly nice thing is that, as you wouldn't expect from time, if you break those boulders as an adult, they disappear as a child as well. So if we do go child, Goron City is open, and it means we can go to market through there.
Alexis is going to be very disappointed by this bow. Schulzer is going back for this token he fell off trying to get earlier. This is him going for 30 skulls. I think he realizes that this seed sucks. I need every token I can get my hands on.
At this point, is it really realizing or is it accepting?
Probably the latter. It definitely feels bad, but 100 tokens is dead. Yes, there is an option in the randomizer to shuffle that as a check, but thankfully we do not have that turned on for RSL.
Yeah, that one's made it to main now, hasn't it? The main branch?
I forgot that. So much going on, I don't always keep track of what's going on with the different branches. Um, Although we can have up to 100 token bridge. I saw an 88. I commented like a 6 hour, like almost 8 hour. I think 88 token bridge seed a while back for RSL. So
Yeah.
it does happen. It's just fairly rare.
Question in the chat of, is there an inaccessible dungeon? We aren't aware of any, but Training Grounds is probably the best candidate if there is one. We know Training Grounds is in the Shadow Temple entrance. We've already found 4 of our warp songs, and none of them have been Nocturne Pad.
Mhm.
We do have a
Oh,
graveyard one, but it's the Dampe Hut.
yep. And Schulzer, by the way, just checked the River to Lost Woods entrance, which was our ranch access. Which, okay, game. Can't do a whole lot of anything in there as adult, so we're leaving.
We know how to get our treasure chest game key now.
Yeah, we don't know if Cow Sanity is on, but we don't have a POTO song anyway, so it doesn't really matter even if it is on. Nope, not much point in checking.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, it does feel like a bottle hunt.
Yeah, that bottle's feeling like the back end of Forest Temple somewhere.
Yeah. And it's really not a nice item, BB on wall. Because as soon as you get it, there's just so much open. And in so many different routes. That all of a sudden you've got too many choices. Pick where to go.
Token number 23 for Alexis.
At least you only need to get to 30. It is confirmed that 40 and 50 are dead now. Schulzer is buffering. Schulzer has been having some connectivity issues for a couple of rounds now, actually.
Oh, he's back.
I'm sure Alexis will be delighted to be the runner with the stable connection in a restream.
Yeah, for those not familiar, Alexis is known to have internet issues of his own. I am actually a little curious to know what the hint here on the under the Lost Woods Bridge is. You can read that as a adult, you just can't check the scrub. We'll never check. Well, but nobody's checked it.
Here we are in Fortress, having a rummage around because Alexis is going to get to do some stuff here, as Schulzer checked the valley exit and got one wade into the lake shortcut.
Yeah.
So this is going to be something that
Yeah, and I can't believe it's Skull Standing somehow only 30-ish are available. Yeah, it's kind of unusual, but that's just how this scene is going. Because with this overworld ER layout, this dungeon ER layout, and the just sheer lack of child access, it seriously cuts down on the number of checks available.
normally in Skull Sanity you're right that 30-ish is available very quickly. But as Star says, as soon as you put overworld entry in the mix, all bets are off. Those skull heavy areas can all of a sudden be very far out of the way, especially in beatable only.
For sure.
Much Schulzer's turn to dip into Forest Temple with a bow. No strength, unfortunately. But it's going to be Alexis who gets there first with strength, I would say. Even if they are both struggling for skulls.
Yeah, this is a race to 30 skulls right now. As absolutely bonkers as that feels.
Is making another walk here.
Yep. Because, yeah, we have no dungeon checks available. We've just about run out of overworld checks, so we must somehow find a few more skulls.
Haven't gotten the skull near theater.
I believe we
Can't
have
remember if
seen
someone
that.
checked that. I think they did. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, someone definitely went there at night because they were having. Alexis went there at night because they were having issues with the um, jump above the Moblin Maze,
Ah,
which is a pain at night because the
mhm,
visual cue starts merging into the background in the dark.
mhm.
There is a grotto here. I did forget about this in the list of hammer things. And that is another hammer-locked big. There we go. There's our answer. Go for. So it was the hammer
Wait.
after all.
Oh, I forgot about that grotto. Yeah, sorry,
So
AFK'd
did
for a
I.
second
Yeah.
and came back to the. Oh my goodness. What was the hint in that grotto, by the way?
Oh, I got excited about the hook and look at it. Oh yeah, it was Spirit had 8 majors. I was gonna
Thank
say
you,
it's
game.
the same as Forest.
Yeah, that's not a helpful hint at all. We know one of them is
So I
light
guess I know where
arrows.
we can get the rest of our 30 skulls.
No, we can't because 30 skills is a strength to get in there.
Yeah, we just need to find the other 2 then.
We'll need a Song of Time in a bottle first at the rate we're going.
Um,
Or bottle into Song of Time. Yes, with
yes,
Still Ring
yes,
Con,
because
all of them become majors. That is correct. Even
yep.
though it is only 9 token bridge, all 100 of them do count as major items.
One thing is we will be with strength 2, we will be able to get into adult spirits. We know it's vanilla keys and the boulder room has a small.
Yes,
So we aren't required, necessarily required to go child or have
no, we do not.
anything
We
in the
have no
child.
idea what our boss key setting is for dungeons. We haven't seen any, but could be vanilla, could be keysy, could just be young dungeon. No clue.
Yeah, really haven't seen many adult dungeons at all. Was it Forest and Shadow? The 2 with the boss door as far away as possible? We do have a long shot available now. I don't think the long shot does anything for us, though.
We could go into. We can, out of logic, go into Decutry. There's a strat to do it with long shot and silver scale. Wait, is it? No, wait, no. That's long shot and silver scale to do
It's,
things in
yeah,
water. I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah, yeah. Long shot itself really doesn't do much of anything appreciable. Yeah, hook and
yeah, you
gold
can do
or long
hook
shot
and
and
gold.
silver scale actually lets you do things in water and entrance rando. Because silver scale lets you dive far enough to do a pretty decent amount of water. Actually, it's gold scale to get in the door. That's gold
Yeah.
scale water technically. Um, yeah, never mind. Schedule thing.
Yeah, we'd need the other scale to get into Deku at least.
Yeah, Shadow might be beatable now with that hookshot.
Um, at this point, no. Well, it might be. We don't know where the boss key is.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's vanilla boss key too, then maybe not. Yeah, I was getting my boss key and final small key mixed up.
Yeah, no, Shadow Floor Master is the last key. We can get fire arrows now too with that hook shot. More Junkins! We don't want
Which I still think
them,
was the wrong way
game.
around.
But that is token number 24. I'm not
Strength isn't
sure
quite
that
as
30
urgent to
was
get anymore,
in
but
without that hook shot because we were so down on checks, but the 30 is definitely in with it.
yeah. Fair. Currently, what does the hook actually unlock? Forest Temple boss. The Forest Temple door. I mean, it's going to open up a lot of things, but straight away, Forest door is the main thing I can think of. I'm getting a strong.
Yeah, let's just get a bunch of overworld skulls, one of which is fire arrows we can't use, so that doesn't really matter.
I'm getting a quite strong suspicion of finding Dodongo's cavern in the Forest Temple door, or Way of the Hero, Dodongo's cavern.
Would make a lot of sense at this point.
Yeah. I would explain why the hook can now open so much.
You know,
If
one
we
other
go in
thing
there
that
and we
Six
find a
Shot
bottle.
unlocks, since we have seen Wasteland, is the Wasteland Skull.
And the fire arrows.
And I mentioned that earlier.
Oh. Yeah, but I just saw them on Schulzer's screen, so.
Fair enough, yeah. We will probably see our runners pick that. Well, we won't need to pick. We don't need necessarily to pick them up. We might see them pick it up anyway, because lighting torches could be useful. We will have long shot and hovers for Shadow Trial, but fire arrows definitely still have their uses since we have no clue where Dins has gone to.
Yeah. We do need to go through Spirit Temple, and we don't really know how easy it's going to be to get to Child.
Nope.
So having.
Here's that hook shot for Schulzer, and Alexis heading back to Shadow makes sense.
Definitely makes sense after you've already identified its small keys, vanilla. So you know you're not going to get small key locked in here. And its chest size matches contents, so you'll be able to see if you're avoiding anything in the trap room. There's basically no drawback to coming here.
No, well, the unfortunate thing is we have no magic and no strength. Can't set furrows and can't pull the shortcut.
You are hoping that there's nothing in the trap room, but at least you'll have the knowledge that there's something there. And then it'll end up being a bomb chew.
Yeah.
At least we know it's not another bow.
There is that, and we have seen 3 out of the 5 chew packs. Or we've picked up 2 when we know the third's in Deku.
Yeah.
Oh, and the thing is too, you know your opponent's likely going to also end up in magic-less, strength-less Shadow because there's just so few things to do in the seed. Salty cracks its full skull sanity. It is also 9-token bridge, so even though they've both had the boss key for Gen's Castle, it's 9-token Gen's Castle boss key, AD bridge. So even though they've both had the Gen's Castle boss key for about an hour now, every single token counts as a major item and is in a big chest.
We also know that there's a strength on 30, so that's why they're continuing to pick them up.
Yep.
While 9 tokens may be easy to pick up, 9 dungeon rewards isn't, and that is our bridge.
Yep. Yeah, we are buckled in for a while. Kilo, I'm sorry, you might might be a while before you get to bed.
It's fine. It's not like I've beginning to get a sore throat or anything.
And yeah, they did choose to not have breaks for anyone who's wondering, so we are going to be here a while. Schultz are heading back into Shadow, so basically they're pretty much even at this point in terms of exploration and items. Alexis is just a couple minutes ahead of of Schultz in Shadow here.
Yeah, and at this point, knowledge-wise, they're pretty much equal too.
Yeah, they're even in items, even in knowledge. They've seen pretty much all the same checks and done all this and seen all this. Well, done all the same checks and seen all the same entrances. So
Once you've done this, you've really got kind of... You do have to go to the forest temple
yeah,
entrance
there's
after this, depending on how
forest
many
entrance
skulls you
after
find in here.
this. Yeah, that's another token here.
We don't know how many majors there are in Shadow. It was just Forest and Spirit we got told there's 8 in each.
Mhm.
We should
Not.
not...
They're not out of logic.
And we're not going to get Longshot locked because we know where the Longshot is. It's in Forest Temple on one of the
It
skulls
is
that you
vanilla
need the
small
hookshot for.
keys, although the boss key could be on that long shot lock skull, which would be rude. That is 26 tokens for Alexis. Yeah, I guess technically they are supposed to have a strength to continue in here, right? Because there's a small
Oh,
key in Crusher, but it doesn't matter, yeah,
Alexis...
because
Alexis not checking the skull.
uh-huh, because with fast boat you won't have time to shoot the skull down.
And with slow boats, cutscene pushes you past the skull anyway. So we're
Yep.
not seeing what's in there.
Nope, that is not happening. It is free Scarecrow for what that's worth. Oh, I think Alexis realized about that skull.
Yes. Better to realize at the start of the boat journey than the end of the boat journey. Especially if you've already gone through the doors.
Yeah, if you'd already gone through the doors, then you're just gonna have to go back through from the slow way, and that's come on,
And there's a bottle.
that is amazing.
Alexis...
That's so bad. Oh my goodness, game. That's not what you. Yeah, you definitely want. That's a really, really rude spot for first bottle. I'm adding that bottle to the Way of the Hero list as well, because.
Yeah, at this point. Unless there's another one in Forest, then... to those who might not have been here earlier to notice why the bottle is important, we know that the Song of Time is in Ice Cavern. We found Ice Cavern in the Fire Temple entrance, and it is closed door of time, so as soon as we go pick up that long shot, the entirety of Child is now available.
Yeah, and that is a lot of. That is a lot of. Oh my goodness! These runners, if we get them either of them in for an interview, they are going to have opinions about that bottle. List.
The bottle
Yeah,
is on the skull above the shortcut cage in Shadow, so the one that you need the long shot to go hook Pierre. Or you can use the strength block if you had strength.
except that's on 30 skulls, and they're both in the mid 20s at the moment.
Yes.
um, yeah, you'd be really hard pressed to get 30 tokens before ending up in the shadow here. Yeah.
Is
Uh,
Alexis in here trying to squeak out some more skulls?
squeak out a couple more skulls, yeah. Do 3 key forest while he's here. I mean, we don't even know where our logical is 30 skulls strength, or Now I'm thinking about it. It's still
Or what we
because
could
we
do.
are logically required to have 30 skulls to get there in Shadow Temple. 30 skulls is our first strength, but it has to be a really tight 30 skulls.
Yeah.
And Schulzer seeing that bottle and is probably about as amused.
Yeah.
It's another token here
I
for Alexis.
think Schultzer's kind of got the idea that I had, which is I don't know if I'd have bailed immediately, like Alexis did. You, you can probably beat Shadow here. And you probably want to at least know that you can beat Shadow. Or if you can't, know that you can't. I mean, you're going to have to go back into Shadow to pick up the bottle anyway. Uh, eh.
I don't think
You
it
could finish
ultimately
it
makes a
first.
giant difference, most likely.
No. I think having the knowledge of whether you can beat Shadow or not is probably the more important thing to me about it. Just an extra
Yeah, I
bit of
guess.
knowledge.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree with chat. Yeah, probably that our logic 30 skulls is in the Forest Temple entrance. Forgot about that. Uh, we're out of forest for Alexis, having done what he can without that strength.
I mean, having gone through the dungeons that we haven't seen, Stonko's Cavern is path, and is probably in the Spirit entrance. I didn't see anything in the
No, we
trap
saw
room.
a spirit entrance, water temples, and spirit.
Forest entrance, sorry, not Spirit.
Yeah. And not a vanilla
No
boss
vanilla
key
boss
in
keys today.
Shadow. Loopy here. Might just be boss.
It just
Looking
not
like
be
it's
a...
probably just boss keysy.
I mean, I'd be surprised if it isn't. I'd be very surprised if it
That
isn't.
or it's very weirdly placed boss keys. And we just haven't managed to find a single one yet, which is possible but unlikely.
Yeah. What was Shadow again? Shadow's one of the stones.
Shadows are ruby, yeah.
Yeah, we started with the light medallion, so not the most useful of rewards.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the least useful of the rewards.
We also just don't know if it's boss shuffle rando because this is our first boss of the seed.
That's true. Checked a lot of entrances though.
Oh yeah.
Um, they
Hey,
will go
confirmed boss
back to
keysy.
Forest Meadow to check temple entrance. It's just a when do you route it in? You've got almost all of Shadow to do. You want to get skulls to get that strength before you head out there, hopefully. And yeah, as you say, boss easy. No well, this boss isn't shuffled. Probably not boss shuffle, but you know. Never say it until you see the second boss.
It's vaguely interesting, and I'm not sure how much we should read into it, but we haven't seen a single path to a single boss. We've seen two Way of the Heroes and the path to Skull's Hint, but we have no path to boss hints. Oh, that
Yeah.
is an ouch for Schulzer, as
Just too low on that arrow.
that's bad. We are going to see that Forest Temple entrance for Alexis now. And Schulzer will come back when he grabs long shot for that bottle.
Yeah.
No reason
I
to
mean,
go
that
through
is
it
the
now.
saving grace here. That's the saving
Yep.
grace here, is
Well in
Schulzer needs
forest.
to go all the way through Shadow again for the bottle anyway, so...
Forest entrance was bottom of the well, by the way, so that was not our logical anything at all.
Yeah. Whoever it was in the chat saying if there were any inaccessible dungeons, that counts as one.
Yep.
Well, Proud Link can do a lot of things, he cannot climb trees.
No. Not without the help of a ladder, at least, since he technically does live in a tree, but he has a ladder to get there. Get to his front door. Remember Link's house?
Yeah. He also
Yeah,
backflips
it
down from it,
might.
so...
It has to be either 30 or out of 30 or very close to it. And Shadow's Way of the Hero list might actually include a couple tokens.
I guess there's a number of adult skulls that we haven't got round to checking. The overworld nighttime skulls like these. 'Cause there's quite a lot of them that are just scattered everywhere.
Yeah, it's true. We haven't seen the Cac Knight adult skull either. But it's gotta be
Yeah, you've got
really
the one in
close on
Lake
that.
too.
Yeah, it's gotta be really, really close on the skull cap. I guess there's that one in Iced as well.
There's a slingshot for whenever we do get to go child.
Not do a whole lot, but it's something as we have our 30th token for Alexis. Bolero dumps us right outside the skull house, so very convenient.
And the first to win the skull race at least.
Yeah, I'd say in general Alexis has a bit of a lead here, but it's going to be really close. But it's still really close, so we'll see how this all shakes out.
Yeah, Schulzer a bit surprised by that bottom of the well showing up. I think he was probably the same as me expecting Dodongo's Cavern.
Yeah. But if anything were to be inaccessible in 9 dungeon bridge required only, it would be the GTG and, well...
Yeah.
Like, Ice obviously had to be accessible this seed for Song of Time, but the other two both could have been inaccessible, and they are. Well is definitely inaccessible. GTG is likely inaccessible at this point. We're 10 and 20 skulls dead. I think one was a hurt piece, the other might have been a token.
I'm trying to think of which... I mean, there's the training grounds entrance in Jabu, really, for Dodongo's Cavern spots. But yeah, Child Dodongo's Cavern may be on the menu.
Yeah, our missing dungeon entrances are GTG, Jabu, and and we're guessing Ganon's probably is vanilla, despite early speculation Ganon's might be shuffled.
An open fountain, I think I remember seeing.
Yes, it is open fountain. We've seen them both go past KZ several
Yeah.
times in both directions, so...
So Jabu is available now.
Jabu entrance, yeah, which will be Jabu
Yeah.
or DC if we need all 9 since we need all 9 dungeons.
The thing is, we've got Dodongo's Cavern, Way of the Hero as well. So that's what's shouting to me is the way forward in this very awkward seed.
I mean, now
It's
that
really
Child
been
is
bottleneck after
available...
bottleneck after bottleneck.
Mm-hmm. I mean, now that Child is available, there's a ton of him. including skulls, skulls, and more skulls.
Yes, we did get that boomerang. So even more skulls. All the skulls.
We still do Sun Song.
Oh, it's a skull seed. Of course you don't get Sun Song.
And Strength Lock
There's
Strength, that's our
too.
spirit access.
We can do some of... The strength that Schulzer's missing is on 30 skulls. He's known
30
it from
skulls,
pretty much
and
the
it's
start.
a fairly tight 30 skull seed.
Yeah,
It's hard to
it has
tell
been a struggle
exactly
to
how
get there.
many is in logic, but it's pretty tight.
I think at most it's around sort of 34, 35 available at most.
Yeah, yeah, something like that. It might be, it's maybe slightly over 30 out of 30, but it's very close to that.
But these are basically, to sum up the seed, it was... Now, let's see. The hover boots were in the
Critter Bomb
crater
Grotto.
bomb grotto. The bombs were easy to find, so that was the first thing, and probably the only easy thing to find so far. A summary for everyone. You got the bombs, you got the hover boots out of there, you then went into Shadow to get a hammer, you then used the hammer to get into the Hyrule Field Grotto, which had your hook shot. Now that hook shot's what's pushing you up to 30 skulls, because it's so dry, to get strength to do the rest of the game. Including, get your bottle out of the Longshot Skull in Deep Shadow Temple. Need the bottle because it's closed door time and Song of Time is in ice. So that's about 4 bottlenecks in a row. And as soon as we get out of that bottleneck, we've got almost the entirety of Child available. So,
Yeah, despite the really,
good luck
really,
picking the correct spot.
really slow first hour and a half, we're not missing a lot, actually, at the end. And as we
Yeah.
look to our first child section here, blue fire arrows can
On the
be a
plus
thing in
side, you've
RSL,
got...
but at this point, no magic, no sign of the things.
Yeah.
That bottle's pretty sure our required item for ice because we've run out of checks.
Yeah. Unless there's another bottle, like, at the end of Forest. That's it. And either way, that's going to be one of the last things you can do. Whether it's Back of Shadow or Forest Temple, it's going to be the last thing.
Yeah.
Pick up. Yeah, on the plus side, they now have all of Child available. And on the negative side, they now have all of Child available.
Yep. Yeah, we have no magic, and
that's
we
more
got
galling, to be
Furores in the
honest.
very last check of Shadow available without a hookshot, which was just really rude. It's like, oh, come on, game. I would love to set Furores here, except the Furores I just got here if I had a magic meter, game. Schulzer, to note, bailed out of Forest because he can't do more without the strength.
Yeah.
Right. So that's something that could be a that's something that Alexis will have on Schulzer going into Child, as Alexis will have both strength upgrades and a forest completion over Schulzer. Or
Presuming it
Schulzer
is.
may get it before going Child, but it's going to take him longer.
Presuming it's not boss shuffle. Actually, no, I think it can do all the bosses.
Yeah, no, all bosses are beatable. It doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, Child Spawn, whatever it is, must give us Temple of Time access, despite our overall DR layout being kind of rude. Oh hey, seeking of blue... Yes, it's ice arrows and not blue fire arrows.
The lens too, we're stacking up magic items here.
Man, just couldn't be somewhere
I,
stupid, lol? Probably.
I think there's a lot of things that have already been somewhere stupid. I wouldn't be surprised if all the other things are somewhere stupid. And it isn't boss shuffle. I'm quite happy to say it's not boss shuffle now.
With Overworld ER, Child is logically supposed to access Temple of Time, without too much stupid shenaniganry. I forget all the specifics, but there should be some reasonably available access. That as the age you don't start as must have ready access back to Temple of Time. Like
Yeah, but
whatever,
unfortunately
like
that still includes the...
definitely with the inventory we have before we go Child. Nothing we find in Child can lock our Temple of Time access, because the game assumes that you turn right around and go back adult immediately, or that you get yourself just kind of stuck. So it could be Child Spawn and Temple of Time, and our Adult Spawn just happened to be vanilla. Could be Lake Owl. It shouldn't be one of our remaining song warps, because we don't have any songs of checks available right now without going Child, I think.
Alexis picking up a 31st skull for the fans, I guess?
And there we go, Bongo down for Schulzer.
Well, they've got one dungeon completion each. I think the main thing
Yay!
Alexis
1
has
out
over...
of 8.
I think the main thing Alexis has over Schulzer is having dipped dungeons less. Is going to have one less trip through Shadow, one less trip to Forest. That's the
Definitely
main
going to
benefit
help.
of having picked up that strength earlier.
Yeah, it's just with differences in routing, it's hard to, there's no real specific thing we can point to specifically, but Alexis did get to 30 skulls faster, which helped. And we're gonna go beat Water Temple, which might as well, I guess. It's completely free in Boss Keezy.
Might as well rack up the dungeon rewards.
He won't do anything else in it because it's both slow, out of logic, and he's got better things to do. But
Yeah.
since if you happen to remember how to get there and it's a free dungeon, this is completely in logic. By the way, we can just walk in the door, log shot over, no scales, irons, or anything else required. Just do this.
As long as you have 2 hooks, you're sorted.
And Schulzer is going to go straight for ice, so he is going to be doing forest a fair bit later, which again might not be a big deal, but something to note.
Yeah, it's going to be spirit access is what you're going to miss by not going to Forest. How big a deal that is a different matter.
Yep.
You're going to be going into Forest at some point anyway. Just whether Alexis is going to head to Spirit before Schulzer goes Forest and pull something wild out of a hat.
Also gets us this grotto, which was not hinted in.
No, only the other Strength 2 one was.
And that one does have Downpay Race in it, which could be useful. Yeah. And not much of anything on these scrubs. Valley Ledge Grotto is pretty accessible because Valley's right by Temple of Time.
I slow check those though. I'm not a Dampe fan. And Kakariko, Graveyard's perfectly accessible in this seed, so you're not going to get into some of the more classic RSL shenanigans with Dampe's grave being required to get into Kakariko.
Yep.
Via the windmill.
Yep. And yeah, looks like we're gonna do Adult Spirit for Alexis, which, I mean, he's just gonna go clear dungeons. Might as well.
Yeah. You know the light arrows are in here. If you don't find the light arrows, you go here as child. Makes sense to come here before you go child at all.
Mm-hmm. We have a fire source and does not matter since we do have, I believe we do have
No
some
magic, so you might have to do some shenanigans with a bow if you don't want to come here as child, but at that point, I don't think it's worth it.
Schulzer still picking up tokens.
Oh, so let's try and remember which ones are the keys.
I do hope for Alexis's sake that this Song of Time skill, which he can peak, is not our lights or something else required, because that would be a bit rude.
Yeah, it's not the furthest away dungeon.
No, it's just kind of annoying to come back here with Song of Time for this one skull.
Adding an extra trip feels bad. It's not the end of the world, but you just don't want it.
Mm-hmm. And by distinctly, just a heart piece, thankfully. And I distinctly remember this old race from Co-op Season 1. Dungeon Skull Sandy was on and the boss key was on that check. Chimp was not happy to see it.
It's like Symphony, except from normal Spirit Temple.
Yep. And Schulzer's stream has quit again, it looks like, a bit for me.
There's not much you can find while he's down.
No, not really. Okay, he is back in time for me to see the final Skull of Ice, which is just a bloopy.
Gets a key on the hand here. Yes. See, I do remember this game.
And big chest here on the ledge is lights.
Lights. As we expected.
Yep, not surprising.
So that is a nice thing to have rooted in Adult Spirit before Child. Because now Child Spirit really isn't as enticing.
No.
Monster Quest settings with Dungeon Skulls. As long as you do intended strats. Only intended strats allowed.
Anyone have any idea if they started with maps and compasses?
I don't think so, because I haven't seen the map icon for any of them. I did notice it
because I've noticed that every map and compass chest we've seen has been junk, and I'm getting the sense that they might be vanilla.
Could be. Yeah, probably. Vanilla or remove it entirely, and it's just coincidence that those have been junked ones. It did strike me that the map wasn't up in Forest Temple. I thought maybe Alexis had switched it off during the Meg fight.
Yeah, no, now that you say that, I think it may just genuinely... Yeah, I'm guessing it might be a vanilla map compass, just because all of them being junk is kind of unusual given the token sanity situation.
We have the first appearance of Mario.
Yep, Schulzer does play with a Mario Child model here. Looking for a Deku Shield, I figure, in the market here, and is not finding one. There's our magic.
There's the magic.
Someone who remembers Spirit Vanilla key layout better than I do, is Sunblock a key in Vanilla?
Sunblock is a key, yes.
Okay, that's logically magic locked then. Yeah, that's logic because that's key 4 and Sporamos is key 5. Not that it really matters, but something more of a fun fact than anything else at this point.
Yeah, the in vanilla keys, it's Keith. All of Adult is magic locked because it's the either your second or third key is magic locked.
Yeah, so yeah, that's technically key 2 in vanilla, right? And bowling is zip.
Yep. You've got the furthest away one in the lower child, you've got the sunblock, you've got the boulder room, you've got the hand in the lobby, and then the mirror shield locked one near the Armos Knights.
Hey, George just came key.
We know where one of the other ones are.
Track.
Yeah, the treasure chest game keys are nice. Each one locks
2 checks.
Extra checks.
That did matter in, I think, one of Schulzer's race versus Chimp. I think the one he lost. It was treasure chest key shuffle, and Schulzer had a really high time finding the last one that was very hard required to continue the seed. And that's
it
what
is open
lost him the
Kakariko.
race.
It's open Kakariko, which is nice because I do see that we don't have Zelda's letter.
Okay, so that's good. So yeah, Child does have not terrible access to Temple of Time, probably from save quit. Where overall DR makes my head spin.
Yeah. The problem is anytime there's overworld rando, my brain immediately switches to mixed pool mode. And it's not quite as bad.
I believe dungeon crates are off at this point.
Which crates there even are? As in the dungeons we've been in. I can't think of any.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple. Oh no, I think I'm mixing things up. Never mind me.
Ones I can think of are Child Spirit and Deep Fire, neither of which we've been to.
Yeah.
I've got an Excel sheet somewhere that mentions these, but it's not as important a deal. Fish, that's why he's here.
Yep, Schulzer is aiming for the Jabu entrance, which will be Jabu or DC.
Makes sense. Cavern's Wath, chase your remaining dungeon entrances.
Also just, AD.
Also, you can beat both those dungeons, yeah, you're right. No egg shuffle?
Good to know. It is also not Child Trade Quest Shuffle nor Adult Trade Quest Shuffle, because we haven't seen any of either, and at this point we would have noticed if they were on.
Spider behind webs is another token. That's Schulzer up to 27, so inching ever closer.
Yeah, I think that is, by the way, finally our first confirmation that cows are off, because otherwise that would be a cow duel.
Yeah, cow and behind web. That's pointing to the Hyrule Field Cow Grotto.
Yeah. Which we have seen that. No, we haven't seen that one actually. Never mind. So yeah, very handy to have that hint.
Yeah, we saw the other Spider Field Grotto.
Yeah, and that one had our
Yeah,
fire
'cause that was
arrows.
the one with fire. Yeah. I think, did I see Schulzer pick that one up? No, because that
No,
was,
I don't think
he
anybody's
might
gotten the
have.
fire arrows yet. That is another dungeon beaten for Alexis. He will be up to 5 stones and medallions before going child, which is really nice. We also know that fire is going to be essentially free because it's Fire Temple in Boss Keezy.
Yeah. Though, while Fire Temple may be free once you get in it, it is going to be in the Spirit entrance, I think.
No, might be GTG. We know Spirit Entrance is Water
Yeah,
Temple.
GTG, that's the other one that I didn't think of.
We're missing GTG, Well, and Jabu. DC or Jabu has to be no. DC or Jabu has to be in Jabu, and then Fire and DC
Yeah.
can be in either of, and then Fire can be in any of the either of the other two. Yeah, GTG has to be either Fire or DC, correct? And Song of Storms
There's
on ZL, which
storms.
opens up a ton of grottos all over the place.
Yeah, if there were things in Child that weren't unlocked before, they are now.
Yep.
Even more options.
The answer to what's available is yes.
Yes. We are 2 hours in. Happy 2 hours, everyone. The runners have agreed with each other that there will be no breaks this seed.
Yeah, we will be here for however many hours we end up being here for, without a break.
Well, to be fair, the brakes are off on this seed as well. We've gone from nothing to everything very quickly.
We really have, yes. See, it's just kind of taken off.
No
Because
rewards to
as I
5
missed,
rewards.
yeah, because what are we missing is an honest question at this point. Okay, well, Jabu in the well, which
Rudo
means
card.
that DC's in fire. DC is in the Jabu and fire is in GTG. Yeah.
We are
Yeah, we're
missing missing the
Gerudo
Gerudo
card.
card and anything for trials.
Mm-hmm.
We know Shadow Trials on.
We know there has to be at least one more because they banned 0 trials
Yeah.
and 1 trial. So
We are guaranteed 2 trials. We know Shadow is one of them, which is completable now.
yep.
Decent chance we end up with a Strength 3 lock. The other ones,
We can clear the rest of them.
yeah, we'd need to go pick up the fire arrows, but yeah, we can do all the others.
Well, Alexis has his fire arrows. That's a non-issue for him.
Oh, it was Alexis that picked them up. Right, yeah. Thought it was Schulzer for some reason, and then when his menu didn't have them.
Yeah, Alexis has his fire arrows, so that's not a problem this
So
seed.
Force Trials, no problem for him.
I guess time for a bet then, chat. Where has our Gerudo card gone off to? Since that's basically the big thing we're looking for. And it can be anywhere in child. There's still a bunch of stuff left as adult. I need. Sorry, give me a second. I apparently can't type. There we go. We need Scalar Iron Skin Deku. Actually, that's a point. So never mind. Going to spin the bet and try that later. Where either of those
Alexis.
are, who knows? We have long shots, so it may not be hinted. The DC has a very high chance of being that Gerudo card at this point. I've been the bet because I realized that chat points out correctly. We need that Water Temple entrance access, technically, which we do not have just yet.
Fortunately, there's a lot of game to find it in.
Yep, we've got everything as child, everything strength 2 locked.
We did not get Dodongo's Cavern here, so whatever is way the hero in Dodongo's Cavern is gonna have to wait until we find the access.
That's in Jabu, which I do not remember
Yeah.
overworld layout, but it has to be available, so I'm sure Schulzer will be going out there at some point soonish. Checking on the prediction that we had for finish time, I don't think this seed is sub 3ing, sorry. Most people put most of the points went to either 3 to 4 hours or 4 to 5 hours, and I'm thinking we'll
3 to 4, I
probably
think,
be
so
somewhere around the 4 hours, yeah.
Yeah, 3:30 I can see. It's a hard one to pick because there's sort of 2 items. Once you get those 2 items, and one of them is going to be in Dodongo's Cavern. So we're either 1 or 2 items from go, depending on if we need strength 3 for the miles.
We know Deku is Path to Skulls. There's going to be something technically in there that locks a token. that could be our other item, honestly. That we're short on. It could be a it could be a strength 3. It could be our Gerudo card. It could be.
I mean, the worst thing would be Din's for the Shadow Trap room. I think there was a skull in there.
Yeah, Din's would be pretty trash.
Rather it not be that, but
it is a possibility, true. It cannot be a slingshot. It cannot be a slingshot hinted in Deku, I don't think, because we've already seen one. So
yeah, there are very few items left that could unlock a skull. There's Din's.
Our missing Gomood items.
Yeah, as far as items that don't have anything, it could be a gold scale, which would still be useful for us.
Yeah, gold scale and irons are both equally possible for the Water Temple entrance access because gold scale is in regular logic for default logic for getting in the door of water. You just need iron boots to do anything beyond the top floor, basically. Also, shout outs to Ice Arrow Strats on Blanca for Alexis.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it might be a Din's Fire for the Composer Grave Torches. We haven't seen that if it's a child-only grotto.
That's a point, yes, actually. Because we've seen just, well, we've seen just about all of the grottos available as adult, except for the Storms locked ones.
Yeah.
Hey, where are the heart containers in this seed?
Yeah.
There's
Is
8
it
of them, and
just
we haven't seen any of them.
all 8 of them are in light trial?
We know they have to exist. Apparently, one is on Roba. Thank you. They have to exist because this is confirmed balanced, despite the lack of the things. We have found 3 bows.
Like the lack of
Unfortunately.
everything that isn't a bow.
Right? Yeah. I guess all adult lock checks were filled with tokens because we really had a
Yeah.
tight 30 skull.
That's very fair, actually. Has to bundle all the skulls into the start. No space for containers.
Alex actually, might not have the 50 hidden. Come to think of it, that was back Lake.
Yeah, that's true. We do
Is
know
that why
that it
he's still
is
getting tokens?
the greenest of rupees. Don't even know whether it is the green rupee or one of the fake treasure chest game ones.
Yeah, Alex is still finishing up dungeons as adult here, about to finally get some tongue of time in a couple minutes, but then again, I mean, he's definitely got the item advantage here, and Schulzer is doing things that Alexis will be doing anyway. There's not really anything to speed these checks
Yeah.
up, so...
So it's a progression lead at this point. Yeah, all the other items he's got are just, I mean, were all of them in forest.
Yeah, and we know
Or
Schulzer will get
mad.
back to Forest at some point
Yeah.
eventually.
There was forest and spirit, I think, where it had all of the items Alexis has that Schulzer doesn't. So
Mm-hmm. And he will get
it's
them.
just a
He
matter
does
of
need to do
Alexis has done them
AD.
all.
Yep. But I don't think there was much of anything in Jabu.
No. Hugely unexpected, even when he put skulls on.
Yeah, there's just not that many checks in Jabu.
Not really any settings you can put on to add extra checks to Jabu. Rates you can add
Not
too.
especially. People like to meme about MQ Jabu's cows, but only one of them is an actual cow for the purpose of cow sanity.
Yeah. MQ
The
Jabu
rest are...
adds like 12 extra checks though.
Yeah, I think the pots add some checks to Jabu. DC could have reverse
Yeah,
magic toxic rain. The spirit one is magic locked because we have vanilla keys.
that is true.
Oh hey, K-Sword. That doesn't really do anything.
It is nice though, we don't have a stick upgrade. So
Nice, but that's really about it.
we don't know how long we're gonna have to stay
Kokiri
dialed.
Sword has applications in RSL for in entrance rando if you need to beat, say, Gerudo Guards or Freezer this child or Stalfos. But that's pretty much not an issue here.
Yeah. Is it Guard, Stalfos, Final Foss, and the adult bosses? I think are the locks. Theoretically, that could still come into play if the only way to the Nocturne pad is, Child Owl or something. We're getting into incredibly niche situations here.
And at this point, it kind of feels rather unlikely. Yes, thank you.
At this point, it's easier to tell us what check isn't a bow.
Yeah, that's not a good hint game. We will see Child Spirit for Schulzer.
This could push Schulzer ahead because Child Spirit is not an attractive possibility for Alexis at this point.
No.
It's free, left the entirety of Child Spirits open.
I mean, there's only a couple checks left, because one check on Child Spirit is a key, Sunblock is a key, right hand was... Chat said it was not a gold chest, so that's not it.
Yeah.
And I believe maps and compasses are vanilla, so we don't care about map chest.
That's true. Map chest is map chest.
So there's only really one check in here, basically, for Schulzer that could make a difference.
Sometimes one's all you need.
That is true.
And it is very nice that he picked up that Kakiri sword as he's down to one stick.
That is definitely convenient. Alright, and Alexis will finally hit Child here.
Oh, and the skulls.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Right, there's one additional skull here. Well, if we climb all the way, there's the skull before the right hand, which is this last skull in Child Spirit, which is... I don't actually have the Spirit Key logic memorized for that skull, because it's quite spaghetti. Being
Oh,
between Sunblock Room and right hand gets really weird, logically. I vaguely remember hearing about, say, Seed and Co-op Season 1, where that skull was required
yeah.
for, like, I don't even remember what was on it, but it had a required item on it, and due to the key layout of that seed, you were logically supposed to have Requiem to get it.
Yeah, when Velvet made the special seeds for the winter thing he was doing, one of the seeds he did was adult only,
Mm-hmm.
and it rolled Boomerang Way of the Hero for a key in Spirit Temple there,
Also, hey,
specifically
there's...
designed. Was that on the scrub?
heart container on the scrub. There's a heart container.
There's one. There's one. Yeah, specifically made sure all of the items were in adult and all the child dungeons were dead. Yet Boomerang still managed to make itself into Way of the Hero. That is the one piece of Spirit Key logic I have never worked out. That skull.
It comes up so rarely, I
Exactly.
haven't bothered to get that particular variety of Spirit Key logic memorized either. Because, yeah, if you want to access that as adult, you need either 5 keys or a long shot, I think, because that's basically the right hand logic there.
Yeah, 3 keys are a long shot.
And then child side gets interesting because of the key doors.
What are we checking now? Oh, it's entrance rando, right. World rando. It's fine, I've only been watching this for 2.25 hours. Room. 1, 2, 3. Should be able to beat the dungeon without needing to go into Sunblock Room, unless he's looking for that skull.
He's looking for the skull.
You wouldn't need to light the torch though.
And grabbing the key, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, he has no idea where Strength 2 has gone off to.
Yeah, I suppose while you're here.
Indoors ER is off, so Skullhouse is vanilla. We also have a warp song to the
Yeah.
front door of the Skullhouse, quite literally.
We're getting 2 strats for opening the Dodongo's Cavern skull. Are we going straight in and beating the boss in the hopes that the way of the hero is there?
It might. I mean, you're missing so few items, it's not the most ridiculous play of all
Yeah.
time. And
True,
this
but the thing is, you're not missing one. It's not one you're missing.
That's true. I think you're looking for information. I think it might depend on what the pathway
Aye.
of the hero is.
I mean, at this point, you're just sort of crossing your fingers you don't find magic.
Yeah. Alexis does not want to find our logical magic meter.
We waste one of our hints anyway. Going and doing the rest of the dungeon now?
Nope, he is leaving. Interesting.
Yeah. Where was the Dodongo's hint?
DC way
Arrow
here
field
was field
across river. You'd have been there. Old spirit.
Yeah, so Michael, it is AD required. We've known that since the start.
To say, at least it's the easiest way of finding out AD. You don't get the Song of Storms AD where the hope remains.
Trail owl going? I missed it. Chat.
Nowhere useful by the looks of it.
Yeah, we're wondering if it's random or not. Alexis will do Child Spirit as well and find the absolutely nothing that was in here.
I do have to wonder why he's left the Dongos to do this, but...
That's what I'm confused about, yeah. I don't know why he just left.
It must be a method in the madness, though.
There's your other 30 skulls in for Schulzer. Thank you, game. See some checks here we haven't seen yet. We know... I suspect frog... I wonder... We haven't seen any frog synths of any kind, single or dual.
No.
Frogs 2 isn't always. Whether or not Frogs 1 is a bundled dual always depends on whether or not Frog Sanity is on, and obviously we haven't done much of anything as child because of the late Song of Time. And what's in Tech Type Shadow?
I don't think that was anything useful. It wasn't shiny. Normally the shiny things are the things I care about.
Oh, okay. Well, Alexis is back in DC. Yeah, I've got nothing on this one for routing.
I think it might have been the skull. Or just the idea of... He said for his win, that's why he's back. It's just unclear why
He left in the
went to
first
check
place.
those 2 chests in Spirit. 2 chests and a skull.
Yeah, I don't have any idea what that was.
Maybe it was just weighing on his mind.
Oh, he had no sticks. Okay, thank you, chat. That's a point. He doesn't have the
Ah.
K-sword. That would explain it. That actually makes a lot of sense. Now that you say that.
Also makes sense why he's doing the front first.
Mm-hmm. Did Schulzer not check our froggy friends?
I did not see them anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. He did not? Huh.
The thing is, you're in Lonlon, so you're going to be coming out of Lonlon.
Like, he could have used it to pass some time of day, too, because... Well, I guess he wants maybe a Ranch Night Skulls, but... Yeah, I guess maybe Ranch Night Skulls go back to River to pass time of day and then do the song here in Ranch. So that makes sense. Oops. And there's our second treasure chest game key hinted.
Shield Grave.
And one more, and that is all stones for Alexis now. Which we do have access to our OOT song now, which is Nocturne Requiem, or one of Epona's sorriest sons or sons. Should I ask this being Full Soul
Are any of those
Unity and
useful?
a rather late Sun song? And yeah,
Small
that is
keys?
2 treasure chest game keys. Game's got jokes, I guess.
I mean, it did hint. Oh, I don't like the skull with the boomerang, because the birds always catch up.
And, Alexis leaving DC behind for now. Going to grab the song here. And that is 33 skulls for Schulzer.
There's I'm sure Alexis must have got the Dodongo's Cavern hint. So it is a strong play to me to be avoiding the area, to chase the song instead.
A little surprised myself. Epona's on OT. He is heading in the direction of kind of heading southwest across field here. But he must have checked that grotto, yeah, because he's not going there right now. This would be an opportunity to check that grotto if he'd skipped it for whatever reason earlier this seed.
Grotto, sorry?
The across the river grotto in field, which is where our DC Wave the hero is. But I don't know, maybe he's thinking it's the bait or something. I'm not honestly sure why he's skipping DC, but he is going to have time of day here for... it might be time of day for this weird deck check might be part of his routing here. Because this is time of day dependent. Virgo saying she doesn't think, or one of our trackers, Virgo saying she doesn't think he has a DC way of the hero. Huh? Because I could have sworn he'd checked that grotto.
Yeah. He's walked past it often enough, anyway.
Yeah. Well, which might be why it would explain things. Sunsong on Saria.
Because even if you don't have the hint, it's a dense area.
It's
You're
also
beginning
just
to run
really
a...
slow as child.
Mm.
And you've got a zillion other things to do.
It's not that slow. The bits with the items. Going all the way around there's 2 checks that are slow, but you can peek both of those.
There's also,
Rest.
though, remember, no, bomb bag chests and the scrubs by the bomb bag chests are quite bad. Remember, you have the slingshot rooms.
You can get the scrubs without going through the slingshot rooms. It's just the bomb bag and the bridge chest that are locked behind going around the...
I guess, but it's still not great. As welcome in ZeldaSpeedRuns Deutsch raiding with a party of 20. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for the raid. We have a random settings league race here between Schulzer and Alexis, and for Ocarina of Time Randomizer. We're 2.5 hours in. This seems a bit of a doozy.
It
Although
was
we're about
incredibly
2
slow
or
to start, and then everything became available, so we're just trying to mop up all the possibilities.
complete mask shop for in a scene where we will never get access to the Deku Theater. Thanks, game.
So Alexis now has the Song of Storms, so we'll see where we're going next. Straight to Jabu, just more dungeon clearing. We have 9 dungeon rewards as our completion here. 9 dungeons and 2 trials.
Yeah, 2 or 3. It could be 3. BGS on Richard.
Yeah. Certainly a nice item to have. Don't know when you're an adult next, but it is nice.
Yeah. For those who are wondering, ooh, Dins. Well, that answers one question about things.
And the card.
Okay, one
There's...
worthless.
So that card is one of our Way of the Hero, well, not Way of the Hero, but is a required item. So that is our way to Fire Temple, which is a dungeon we need to complete, which is in the Gerudo Training Grounds entrance.
But I think there was a TCG key in TCG as well. Thought I saw a key chest in here, which is funny. And I guess that's where heart containers went, because there's another one.
Yes.
We're suddenly, possibly, gold scale or irons might be our go mode here.
It is. Until we're all we need is to get into Water Temple now, and we have a Dodongo's Cavern Way of the Hero, which is either your Iron Boots or your Magic at this point.
Could be irons, gold scale, or magic. Remember.
True, it could be gold scale as well.
Yeah, our issue is that the entire game is open and we can go anywhere, do anything for these couple of checks. We know Deku is Path to Skulls, so there has to be something. There's not a lot left that's left that could lock a skull token we don't already have a copy of.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility that one of the 3 items we just mentioned is in there. Although Deku is in the water entrance, so if the hinted item there is the other one,
Oh, I forgot that it could be Strength 3 in Dodongo's Cavern as well. That's another possibility.
yep,
We do have trials on. We
yes we
don't know
do.
which trials yet.
We know only that Shadow Trial is on, and that they banned 0 trials and 1 trial, so there does have to be a second trial. Which one? No one knows.
And Schulzer,
Yeah, Strength
at
3.
last, getting around to picking up that Strength 1.
Yep.
Essentially, this entire seed has revolved around getting that Strength on 30 skulls, which required getting a hook shot, which was locked behind a hammer in Shadow Temple, locked behind hover boots. There was a series of bottlenecks to begin this seed, and at about, what would you say, about 130 in,
And
suddenly exploded, and we've just spent the rest of the time clearing up dungeons.
mhm. And welcome in raiders again as well. Thank you, Matt Cap, for the raid.
Move away for just a second.
We're off to DC for Schulzer, who I would expect he will go and find whatever our Way of a Hero item is in here. Grab the hint, which probably won't be much use, but might as well check it. Yeah, Clint Vigoron's a heart piece, thank you.
So we are in Dodongo's Cavern. Have we been in there for long?
Just got here.
Yeah, not long enough to find anything.
No, we just saw the hint that Vigoron is still a heart piece, which, yes, we knew that.
It will be interesting to see what this is. Because we know for sure there's something in here. Can't quite see. I think that might have been an arrow. Scrubs on, so we will be taking another dip into child side.
Yep.
This dungeon does quickly get stacked once you start adding things. Like skulls and scrubs. Skull in the stair room. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this seed did that.
Absolutely.
The kind of thing it'd do.
Yeah, this has definitely been a troll seed for sure. Just a bomb refill here, that's not helpful, game.
Every check in this dungeon is equally as accessible as the others, so it really can be anything on any of them. Ooh. Jumping at what would have been the perfect time as an adult, but Link's child arms are just too stubby.
Okay, a stick.
Question is, after this, where does Alexis go?
See,
It's
he's
the
gonna have
end of the
Jabu
it's the end of the
begin.
progress dash.
Yeah, might go back to DC. As big chest here. Speaking of, oh no, big. Oh, heart piece. I'm thinking it's
The heart
heart
container.
Never mind. Raining.
Really were all locked up in child. That a rupee over there? I think that was a gold rupee.
It's not on the bind
Stairs.
skull either. Got to be on one of these slower checks up top here.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but necessary. Is Alexis out of sticks, though? No Kokiri sword to show for it.
Because the Kokiri sword is right here.
I think it has to be the scrubs at this point. Or that is a big
seems.
chest. Didn't spot it. It's hard to peek that as a child. Is it the strength? Nope, it is the magic.
Okay, well, thanks, game. That's not helpful to us. Great
Yeah.
for okay for Schulzer, but honestly, that magic doesn't actually do much of anything.
One thing is, because it's not Water Temple in the Water Temple entrance, there's no guarantee there's any way of the hero to get in. If the gold scale and the iron boots are equally accessible, nothing's going to point at them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then there might be the strength 3 sting in the tail.
Yep.
Then again, they were the ones that banned 0 and 1 trials, so if that does get them, it's their own fault.
There is no entrance command. Schulzer has a 30 skill strength random girl. He hasn't been back to Forest Temple for the one in there. That one is hard strength locked on the boss key chest.
He picked up the strength as child and hasn't gone adult again.
Yep.
I don't think he's going to be particularly pleased with his Dodongo's Cavern dip when he goes Spirit Temple and finds the magic there.
Here's our set of commands, by the way. Wrote up.
It's a good foolish hint.
Yep. I mean, that's the explanation. There aren't any. We haven't seen any, and they probably don't exist.
For all we know, that's why there's junk hints in the pool.
I mean, you're only guaranteed, I think, in Chaos to get the Always Sense, Trial Sense, And then it's weighted towards like Way of the Heroes paths and
Yeah.
sometimes, but you're not guaranteed to have all useful hits. Even in a seed with really tough win cons. Wait. Because I've come to quite a few RSL races this season, and all of them have that pretty much at least about like 2 or 3 Junkins, I think, on the average. And I've seen
Okay.
3 this seed, which seems to be about, pretty much the usual.
And just to confirm, I was paying attention that time, and the owl isn't random.
Sorry, the owl is what?
Not random.
Okay, thank you.
I made sure to pay attention this time.
Yeah, thank you, because I was not reading.
I do occasionally.
And yes, we also do in fact have a path bottle in Shadow because we still don't have our second bottle.
Oh.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen another one because there are 4 of them and they seem to be MIA.
I mean, we still don't know if training grounds is accessible, and the well's not accessible as well. So there are spots to hide them away.
That's true, or it could be in Ganon's.
Honestly, with Bottom of the Well and Training Grounds being the 2 inaccessible places, I think this is the 9 dungeon rewards you'll only see that I've seen that has the most locked checks.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've played beatable only with all dungeons required before, and it basically means beatable only doesn't matter. Occasionally you get locked partway up Fire Temple, nothing else. Magic 2 was in Spirit Temple, Adult Spirit, Magic locked.
Logically magic lock, not hard magic lock. That's not on one of the fire
Yeah.
lock checks because one is a vanilla map, the other is a small key, which is also vanilla.
Yeah, we've got vanilla small keys on, vanilla locations, which means all of Adult Climb and above are magic locked.
Yep.
Every time. Also means the boss key is mirror shield locked. Not important here, just a interesting quirk. There isn't losing time over Alexis for having done Dodongo's Cavern, as it does look like Alexis is starting off the item hunt here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're running out
Maybe he
of
does have the
dungeon.
path after all.
Yeah, and then if he goes, and then after that, if he's, I assume, going to probably end up doing overworld cleanup because without that Garuda card on the treasure chest mini game, he's not going to get. He's got no dungeon checks left to do basically. Um,
You've got Lon Lon Ranch. You know Lon Lon
yeah,
Ranch has the keys. You go do
yeah,
it.
that's what
You
I
get the
meant.
song.
Is overworld cleanup? Is that's what he'll do?
Yeah, I'm just meaning that as far as overworld clear up goes, get treasure
That
chest
would be
keys,
on the
go treasure
yeah.
chest game is high up on the list.
Oh yeah, for sure, and the song too.
Yeah. No better place to go than there right now.
Mm-hmm. We'll get the prelude song here for Schulzer, I just realized, which will be either Nocturne or Requiem in a new warp of dubious use. Or no, actually, tokens, right, because we started with 2 songs. Duh.
Yeah.
Deku is the water temple entrance. Yes, we had that hinted very early in the seed. We need either irons or gold scale. Both are logically, both are logically, both are logical options for that to get in the door. But
Yeah.
where are they? That's the question.
Yeah, for those who might not do as much dungeon entrance randomizer, getting into Water Temple is in logic with the gold scale. The reason that it isn't normally considered is because every check-in Water Temple requires
In
the iron
your
boots.
more standard settings, quote unquote, where you don't have key
Yes, yes.
sanity or keysy, yes. Because the way I think about it is you need irons to do anything beyond the top floor.
Yeah.
You can get in the door with gold scale, you can do anything on the top floor with gold scale, but you need irons to go to the basement.
Yeah. If you're
And a
getting your feet wet.
non-keysy or non-key sanity, you need to go to the basement for keys.
I think if Alexis did have the Dodongo's Karen hint, that's probably the reason he was avoiding it. Is the thought that it's
It might just
probably
be
the magic
yeah,
there.
which it is. Deku could be Iron Boot. It could be the either of Iron Boots or Gold Scale. We know there is a token on one of the lab dive checks. I don't remember. I don't remember the order of the checks in that hint, so I don't
Yeah.
remember if it's because its token was the first item on the hint. I don't remember if it's the lab dive minigame or the skull that's first on that hint. Um, token was
Token's
Oh,
the
token was
second one,
second,
okay.
apparently. So, but yeah, I don't remember the order of the checks in that hint, so I don't remember. So I don't know if that token is irons locked or gold scale locked. Uh, but yeah, Deku could be one the other of irons or gold scale. It could be strength 3. Um, there's not a lot else it could be, honestly, because we've got at least one copy of most of the other items in the
Yeah.
game. Like it could there could be we are missing 2 slingshots. One of them could be in Deku, but it wouldn't be the path because our first one is available.
Yeah, we haven't got another Way of the Hero, so it may well be that Deku Tree has a strength 3. And even if that's not required, it's just, there's tokens in Light Trial.
Yeah. And Schulzer is back in Forest, so he'll catch up on his dungeon progression here for a bit.
Useful progression. Gonna get the remaining items that Alexis has that he doesn't.
Alexis I was gonna say he needs to adjust the aim slightly. Speaking of
Beginning to run
slingshots,
low on seeds.
yeah, Alexis got himself to the spot where he was consistently hitting 30s. Alexis, you need to budge that just a bit, please. That's not working.
No. Alexis will be fine going into Lon Lon in the daytime, only in the daytime, because you only need the one key to get the Gerudo card.
Yeah,
2
because
keys
there was a
got you to
key in
the
Treasure
Nehru's.
Chest game. Yeah, there's also a key in Treasure Chest game, and yeah, the last room Schulzer
Yeah.
got to was just health, which we don't need.
It really starts the child clear up. Getting Bean Patch. Skulls now. I mean, to be fair, they're as good a check as any. Fire Temple's a fair whack of checks as well. What, 11 in there?
Well, let's see. It's
12, because there's no boss key.
no boss keys, but vanilla small keys and maps compasses. So let me go find a chart
Oh,
real
maps
fast.
compasses, so 2 off, so that's 10.
Yeah, it's looking for its. Well, it's because it's four checks normally. Add 5 for the skulls is 9. 1 for the boss key is 10. 10 checks normally. 10 checks in these settings. Sorry. There's a handy dandy chart in the OTR Discord for number of checks in the dungeon depending on settings, and Fire with vanilla maps and compasses, vanilla small keys, boss key Z, and dungeon skill sanity is 10 checks. KLO.
Did not know there was one in the thing. I made my own in Excel.
Yep. Oh, hey, Forest Way of the Hero. Yeah, thank you.
Wowie.
Long shot and strength 3. Thank you, game. Or long shot and strength 2.
Even if it's only strength 2, still what? You need to get into the spirit.
I mean, we need long shot for water, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, the chart I'm referring to, KLO, that is pinned in the gameplay and tricks channel of the OTR main Discord.
Well, I went to the effort of making an Excel sheet. Out of spite, I'll use it. The Skull Kids teach Alexis the Song of Healing. And get it wrong. Where was that ranch hint again?
Ranch hint for the treasure chest game key, Boulder of Destiny each entrance, which Alexis should have.
Okay, definitely done. And here also makes sense. You got a load of scrubs.
There's so many checks in here, yeah. It's kind of funny. We haven't seen a wallet in this seed either, and there are 3 of them, given it is shop 0.
No, the Drop Zero also triggered the...
Believes it does, because it's still a form of shop sanity.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it makes sense. It just never occurred to me that it would. Lake, are we checking the... Getting the owl to take us to field?
Looks like it.
And the skulls.
No, Sunsong is really quite the stinker here.
Yeah, the amount of time it's been nighttime, I don't think he's gonna get to the other skull either. Actually, I think he's probably okay. Definitely okay if you can snipe it. Just more arrows. Save scum time of day and those 20 rupees. That though, as far as progress goes, getting to ranch at any time will be fine for him.
Yeah.
Really not that much to say at the moment. It's just, will Alexis pull anything out of this clear up before Schulzer catches up on progression. Schulzer does have that Gerudo card, so unless Alexis does go to Ranch in the near future, could well catch up and overtake in progression.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. We also don't know if there's anything in fire because technically the only thing that
Yeah.
Garuda card unlocks fire, but beating fire itself is a snooze fest in Boss Keezy.
Yeah. Especially when the hover boots were very early.
Yeah. Yeah, hover boots were like 5 different kinds of require this seed.
Yeah. The very first bottleneck.
Kinda literally give him the bottle in shadow.
Mm.
The thing is too, like Alexis doing these other checks very well could find our irons or gold scale on here somewhere.
Yeah. There is a chance they're in fire, but there's perfectly likely to not be in fire. For
And big
example,
chest here.
Fury Sword Chest.
Not helpful game.
Well, we knew it wasn't going to be Kakiri Sword at least. It was going to be vanilla.
There is that. I'm curious where our other trial hint is, because we know there must be 2 because they banned 1 trial, and 0 trials, but we haven't found the other
Yeah.
trial hint. It does have to exist. We're really low on hints
Are both
to
hinted?
check.
Okay.
What?
Oh, too far away from Richard.
Oops, lost a dog by accident. But yeah, I'm curious where our other trial hint is, because it has
Yeah.
to exist and we haven't seen it, and we're running out of hint stones. It's hard to tell how many we haven't seen because we have, Grotto ER on, makes that really hard to tell.
We've got the Field Cow Grotto.
That's one, yep. We haven't seen the second back lake hint, I don't think. We only saw the first one.
No.
Schulzer skipped the other one, and that was our 50 hint. Hyrule Castle 2, I think, was a junk hint. Well, I wrote down Hyrule Castle 1, I didn't write down Hyrule Castle 2, and I know they checked it, so I'm assuming it was junk.
Just forgetting to get the extra 20 rupees. Make sure you get both. True bowling. Yes, so the Ocarina of Time was Epona's song. Have it, but cows aren't on, and he hasn't been back adult, so we've had no use out of it.
Yeah, it would give us HBA once we get there, but not terribly high on the priority list. We are going to see this infamously horrible skull.
Everyone's favorite skull.
And the heartbeat.
Both players are rattling through checks at high speed. Eventually, one of them is going to find this scalar boots, and just not yet.
It's possible they could each find one, and
Yeah, that's very true.
there's nothing that says that only one of them has to be is available. The other could just be sitting out there in seeds too.
We have Schulzer's trip to finish off Spirit Temple.
Lon Lon Ranch.
What? Somewhere river related.
It's
Think.
scale locked entrance. I remember noting
Yeah,
that much. I think it might have been River
it's
to Lost
the
Woods.
river to Woods is.
Chat confirming River to Lost Woods. Now, where River is, that's a harder question to answer.
Yeah, don't try and ask me where things are. Two layers of abstraction.
Yeah, my sense of
One,
direction is
maybe.
atrocious, and there's only so much I can memorize.
Going for a child shooting now, I'm guessing, from Alexis.
Quite possibly.
One thing to note is that it being daytime means that you'd have to spend a day cycle before being able to do
Treasure chest game, right?
a chess game. That's what I'm looking for, thanks.
Yeah, and we do not have Suns, and he does not have Sunsong because that was on Saria. So happy 3 hours.
So a little bit of rooting. Schulzer got the bunny hood a lot earlier in Child 1 than Alexis has. It's not a huge difference maker, but running fast does help.
It does. Said, even if they chose to not have breaks, I do need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I'll hold down for it. Yeah, Schulzer picking up those long-hinted light arrows. As we do have the hint turned on for Dampe. Check on the cows here from Alexis. And we knew it wasn't going to be that because we got a hint for the Hyrule Field Cow Grotto's spider, but not the cow. If cows were on, it would have been a joint hint, a dual hint between the spider and the cow. So what we're looking for from Alexis is that trip to Ranch for that walk to river. There's not a huge amount in child cleanup left to do than Ranch. Get this done. There's more checks we haven't seen anyway. He is long gone, I'm afraid, Alexis. It's pretty precise timing on getting the... Up there's one of our other bottles. They do exist. That one's definitely very hard child locked, so very hard bottle locked. I think it's very hard to find any check that we still have left to do that isn't bottle locked. We are just flying through these checks and getting absolutely nothing to show for it. And Schulzer is almost through Spirit Temple now, which means they're only a very quick Water Temple away from having caught up in progress, and actually being further ahead in progress, having that Gerudo card to get into a very short Fire Temple. At which point, it's really a race of who gets into Deku first. Welcome back, Star.
I'm back, yeah.
We are looking for a way into the Water Temple entrance.
Yep, that's it. It is Dungeon ER, GTG is in Shadow. It is confirmed required only. Doesn't make a giant difference for the most part, given that it is 9 dungeon 80 bridge, but GTG and the Well are both most likely permanently inaccessible.
Yeah. Unless we stumble into a composer's grave that gives us a warp song for Nocturne, I'm not seeing it.
I'm surprised. But we basically just need access to Water Temple.
We have fulfilled our Way of the Heroes. There is a hint that there is something in Deku Tree that locks at least one skull.
Or what
The number of
worth.
items actually left there are very small. I think it's Strength 3.
It's Strength 3 or the other of our 2 water access items, yes.
Yeah.
VGS does not make a difference. They both have it. VGS is nice, but at this skill level, it's nice. That's it. We joke about it sometimes as a 30-minute time save, but really, it's nice to have. But you know, if someone gets a hint that say VGS is on 50 skulls, no one's getting it.
One place it does make a time difference for everyone is Ganon's tower climb, and that's just because you can only hit Iron Knuckles at so fast. So cutting sort of 3 of those hits away, it's a time save. It's not a huge time save, but it is a time save.
The way you'll pick it up happily, but yeah, you don't need to work for it.
Me, the only
welcome
time
back,
it's...
Irish guy. Oh wow, I left to do work when this was an hour and a half in, and now there is this. Yeah, this was a hard railroaded seed into 30 Skull Strength 1 and their first bottle on the Shadow Skull by the boat. Of all places.
There's the other bottle.
Did Schulzer pick up one as well? I saw something about that in chat. So about a bottle in chat.
There was one on the Goron pot. Alexis didn't pick it up, but saw it come out the Goron pot.
But yeah, for a summary of the seed, this was a hard early bottleneck into first hookshot. This was a hard early bottleneck into hover boots and the crater bomb grotto. Bombs and shoes are fairly accessible, but they spent most of the first hour just mapping out the overworld because of overworld ER. You need hover boots from Crater to go into Shadow Temple, which is hinted Way of the Hero, to first grab your first hookshot from the to grab your
hammer.
Hammer from there, to then leave Shadow Temple to go grab your first hookshot from the Field Grotto by Valley, which is hammerlocked as adult. You need that to go get 30 skulls for your first strength upgrade, and to go get your hookshot from Forest Temple on the hookshot locked skull, to go back to Shadow Temple to grab your first and only bottle from the skull by the boat, to go to Ice Cavern, to get Song of Time, to go Child, to do the rest of the seed. That was the first about 2 hours, I think, or so of this.
Yeah, there's about 4 or 5 bottlenecks in a row. And then as soon as we got to the end of the bottlenecks, it was, okay, good job. Here's an entire 60% of the game to do.
And so that's where
your
we're
remaining
at,
3 items are somewhere.
Yep. I mean, the 30 skull strength itself would have been fine if it weren't for the fact we had no items for it.
Yeah.
It was a very close. It was. It's not a 30 out of 30 skulls, but I think hookshot was probably needed for it. I think we were just short on without that hook.
I think so, yeah.
And you did logically need that strength to continue in shadow to grab the bottle to go do things. Because this seed was dumb. Still is.
My very rough guess was it's probably, once you get the hook shot, it's at about the sort of 35 skulls available mark. So, not
Yeah, from what we saw,
not
it's like
dry to the bone, but
slightly over 30, but only just.
hey, we are seeing a river play here.
Please check the frogs, Alexis. Alexis is also missing the treasure chest minigame, which he did not have time of day for, but he will likely go back there. He's going to find Ranch here at the top of River in a couple minutes. And that will be his... And that'll get him a treasure chest game key. Not that he needs it, but that might be one reason he was putting off the minigame, because he wanted the key from Ranch first.
Yep, at this point it is a race to see who gets into Deku Tree first. If the answer is Fire Temple, that's very good for Schulzer. If it's not, it's anyone's guess, but Alexis has done a lot more cleanup.
We will see the frogs. For some reason, Schulzer did not check this. We don't know how many frogs are on. We, never found a frog scent of any kind.
Oh. Doesn't mean it's not on, though.
Nope. Okay, well, that's not it. Unfortunately, Alexis has not been to Child SFM to grab Sun Song, hasn't quite yet made it to Ranch yet. That's at the top of River here for Saria's song. But it may not matter because like... just a purple rupee. I might have checked one more song just to make absolutely sure it's not just a random purple rupee, but that looks like Frog Sanity is off.
Yeah. To make it up here in time to get the skull, I guess. Checking the waterfall rather than heading into Ranch.
Ah, yeah, getting the song.
Sacred Forest Meadow, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Schulzer is going to be the first to head into Fire Temple, so will be the first to have got to 8 dungeon rewards.
Schulzer just went Child.
Which one is Schulzer looking for? He does have the Gerudo card, and at this point knows that it's Fire Temple in there. Has 7 hearts, has the hammer, has bombs, a bow and a hook shot.
Right, but he just went Child, so he's doing something that is not going to fire. Maybe once opponent before going to Fortress. I don't know. I mean, he might just be hoping to be able to skip most of Fire, because Fire is completely free if you can skip the rest of it.
That's fair.
It is boss keysy.
It's not the fastest of dungeons to actually do. Even if you do have those extra 4 more checks than there are in a normal Fire Temple.
Sick.
Standard Fire Temple.
Yeah, because it is 10 checks in these settings.
Yeah. 6 in the sort of standard.
Yeah. Yeah, because for those who want a refresher, it is vanilla small keys, boss keysy, I'm fairly sure it's vanilla maps and compasses because we didn't start with them, we haven't seen any, and every map and compass chest we've ever seen has been junk. So, my read on that is they're vanilla.
The Runia was nothing, which is something Alexis wasn't able to do.
And this is going to be that hint. There was one treasure chest game key hinted here, and there's actually two of them because there's a second in the silo because Gabe's got jokes, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's twice as likely to hint it.
Fair. Schulzer not wanting to commit to a full clear of fire. With it
Very
being vanilla
understandable.
keys, especially with it being vanilla keys, a lot of the items are going to be pretty deep. And we actually also know, I just realized, if I remember correctly, yeah, we have a hint at Pier as a token in fire, so that's 5 checks in fire only.
One
Or
fewer,
not 5,
yeah.
9 checks, sorry, I can't count. Yeah, 9 checks in fire.
Yeah, we were just talking about 6.
Brain got confused. But yeah, 9 checks in fire, a lot of them are going to be... Some of them are going to be pretty deep, but they're... And even the skulls are
There's a lot of
mostly
cleanup
pretty
you can
deep in
do
there.
for that. Not like fire completion gets you much. Unless it happens to be irons on light arrow cutscene.
Yeah,
Stranger
that would
things have
be...
happened, but that
is possible.
I wouldn't rely on it.
We did, because it is possible that the other one is our hinted path to skulls item in Deku.
Eh.
It's approximately a 1 in 2 chance of that at this point. There's just so little left that could be our path item there.
I'm still getting the strength 3 vibe. I don't know why, but I am at this point.
It's quite possible too.
If there is a...
No, there was 4 treasure chest game keys in
I was going to say, there was another key. I guess I know why Lon Ranch was hinted. Every single item in there was a...
Yep, all of most of the checks in here were treasure chest game keys. Ah, very funny game.
Yeah, you're right, an actual majority.
Yeah, so Dins and the Gerudo card are coming in here.
Din's pretty irrelevant since Alexis got those fire arrows long ago.
And might be a little sad about that Gerudo card he could have had it for a while ago,
Yeah.
but then again, doesn't actually make a difference.
I can get one step further than Schulzer did, though.
Yeah, because Schulzer didn't get Talon's Chicken's key, I believe.
No.
Or no,
There is not.
well, he did, because that was as far as he got, was this room with the 2 heart chests.
Oh yeah, because we mentioned that this is where all the containers were.
Yep. Yeah, we're starting to run out of checks again.
Yeah. So is this going to be adult play for Alexis? Has cleaned up a lot of the child.
Darunia.
Yeah. Not sure what child's way to temple is.
Might be through Goron City, actually, because remember we saw the backside of the boulders super early?
Yeah.
Well, he's playing Minuet at any rate. That's the Dompe Hut at Warp. Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen this grotto that Schultzer's doing right now.
No.
And just a Octorok. We do have a couple of grottos outstanding. I don't think no one's actually done Dompe. We know where he is, but no one's done him.
No one's done Dampe. We haven't found the Composer Grave, which is
No,
which is
I don't think
kind of a big one because it's guaranteed to be a warp song.
I don't think we've seen our Fortress Storms grotto either. I don't believe anyone's been back to Fortress with Storms.
No, not that I'm aware of. But they're going to be going for a fire temple anyway.
Oh yeah, they'll do it with fire.
Yeah, through the template time.
Oh yeah, the fact that this is way too adult is a little annoying.
Gonna make
Child
sure you don't
going
get
back
caught.
to front. Yeah, for some reason the guard standing on the bridge doesn't notice you.
Maybe she just doesn't care because you're gone by the time she sees you.
That's true.
Have to fill in paperwork if she caught you.
We're gonna see HBA for Schulzer after he checks the skull on the target over here.
Alexis is being super thorough. You kind of have to be at this point, you know?
You really do. I mean, we've seen seeds where especially in seeds like this one for RSL, where you need everything and you've got a bunch of sanities on. You really can't leave anything behind because if this was like a 2 or 3 dungeon win condition and you can just take whatever and beat the dungeons you happen to
Yeah.
get access to, and that's fine. Nope, you need everything here, and you don't want to take the risk of abandoning something because it really stinks when you do.
You go fire here. I mean, yeah, but there's only so much you can do that isn't going to Fortress and fire.
Oh, hey, this grotto. Finally found it. We do know that the skull here is dead and that the cows are off, but I would have been curious to see what the hint was.
I think at this point we've probably fulfilled almost every grotto that isn't Composer Grave.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any arbitrary, generic one-item grottos left.
I can't really
Maybe
tell because
one scrub left.
yeah, I don't keep track of that, so I couldn't tell you specifically. For Grotto ER, I only track the grottos you need to come back to.
Yeah, I'm bad at counting the scrubs and generics, but
did anyone ever check the Sunsong Grave? Because that was back of CAC. There's irons.
There they are. Well,
okay, so our runners are basically neck and neck.
If Alexis goes back into Fire Temple, anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I assume he will. There's not a lot left to do when he's
right
here. He has to grab this key anyway. Well, he doesn't have to, but yeah. Never mind, I'm thinking of the wrong setting. Yeah, I expect he'll go back into just... Because I think he wants to see if Volve has the gold scale or irons first, because if it is, he can just get out of here.
I'm looking forward to Volve having the gold scale.
That would be a laugh. Incoherent, Deku's path item is either gold scale... We know Lab Dive is a token from a hint. It's either a gold scale or it could be a strength up. It could be strength 3 in there because of a token on OGC or a late trial. It's one or the other at this point.
Ideally, it's a strength 3 because that solves the potential of trial problems. Theoretically, we're still not in go mode. Even now, we can get into Deku. Alexis not getting a pleasant Volvagia spawn. But with a big Auron sword, she'd be fine.
Very nice.
There's only so many places for old scale to be.
Yeah. I mean, with Iron's accessible and it being required only, it could be sitting in permanently inaccessible GTG or well.
Or water.
Or deeper in water, yeah, that'd be pretty rude. And bomb refill on Wolf. Schulzer will be just slightly ahead here, getting out of Fire Temple, and then...
As long as Alexis does go straight back in. And doesn't decide to clear Fortress first. Nah, okay.
You at least... You check the basement loop and then go do Fortress. I would do Fortress before committing to climbing Fire Temple. Actually, no, he's gonna go... Well, I guess you can reset back in. Yeah, that's... Alexis will,
Yeah.
Alexis
there's,
is
there's
going
no way
to...
he climbs, but...
No, you do not climb before checking... the rest of before checking the basement loop. I have serious questions about your Fire Temple routing if you do that. Oh, Schulzer didn't have the rupees to go back in. That actually makes some sense as to why Schulzer did.
Ah.
Yeah, so that'll save Schulzer a bit of time here.
That's wild if it gives him the edge in this seed.
I know, right?
I didn't have rupees in Fire Temple, so I won.
Yeah, I guess didn't want to take the risk that it was there. Big chest here might be our path item. But no, that's not it. Last chew pack. That is our hinted chew pack, though. HBA gives us arrows and a stick.
There's Roof, I guess, and then Scum. Oh, this Gull, right.
We saw the roof earlier. Both the roof and the skull on the fortress are dead.
Yeah, I forgot that Sun Song, that the horseback archery sets your point for Sun Song.
And he's gonna just reset back to fire. Oh, he's copying his file. Interesting.
Strats.
Huh.
Whatever strat this is feels like it may be overcomplicating things.
He is going to go somewhere else. I'm not sure where he's going, but he's going somewhere else, seeing if that's his... Ah, he's checking lax, seeing if that's
hours,
it.
okay.
That fair enough. And then, since it's not it, he's going to use his other save file to go back to fire.
That makes sense. If it was something more time-consuming than that, I would have questioned.
Mm-hmm. But it makes enough sense, yeah. Again, these are reasonable plays, just
It is.
At the moment,
it's just going to feel bad having done all these strats one check away from.
Yeah, bonsoir, ZeldaSpeedRuns avec une très 12 personnes. Bienvenue à tous. Chez ZeldaSpeedRuns, nous avons une match du tournoi Random Settings League de OoTR. Nous sommes dans les grandes finales. C'est le premier match d'un BO3 entre Alexis et Schulzer. Nous sommes à 3h30 de cette seed. Nous sommes potentiellement en go mode. On sait que c'est au minimum 2 trials. On a Shadow Trial actif, on ne sait pas qui est le deuxième. Il y a 2 ou 3 trials actifs parce qu'ils ont ban 0 ou 1 trial, donc on peut avoir 2 ou 3, mais on ne sait pas exactement le nombre. And apologies for the spontaneous French here, but I'm well familiar with the ZSRFR crew. I actually commentate over there sometimes when I'm not commentating for one of like a half dozen other things. And I know them fairly well. So just saying hi and explaining kind of where we're at in the seed.
It's fine. I kind of understand French. I also understand when the Parisians sigh loudly whenever I try and speak it.
We found the hinted shoe pack in Deku. Schulzer used Dins to just go mode Deku, so we have no idea where the path item is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big plus the Star on competition can look like a trialing a trades. Not quite, although I do know okay, light trial is off, fire trial is off, we're fine. It's water trial is our second trial, it looks
Water.
like.
Okay. So it is a pretty straight line for Schulzer here.
Yep.
Schulzer's race to lose.
Mm-hmm. And while Fred Slapshot Fred is exaggerating a bit, I am a fluent French speaker. It's not obvious at all for my English, I know, but I've been speaking French for 14 years, as we find in Light Trial. Oh, hey, there's a wallet, or Water Trial, there's a wallet.
I wouldn't assume it's gold scale. It's more likely to be strength 3 because that locks more things.
I mean, it only has whatever the item is, it only has to lock 1 token. It could be either. We do know gold scale locks a token.
Oh, is it that way around? I thought it was the...
Yeah. It only has to lock 1. It could be any item that locks a token.
Yeah, I thought the hint was the other way around, that it...
Oh, chat says it was a token on Lap Dive, so... I mean, Schulzer set furores in Deku Inko, so if it, so he might be he is thinking that it might be strength. He was thinking it might be strength 3 in there and set furores in case he had to go back because light or fire trial was on, but that's not the case. We're fine.
Two very quick trials, luckily. The 2 that require the hammer as well. As if we weren't already incredibly hammer-locked. Getting on. Finding Epona in the default Epona location.
Yep.
Fun detail for Zooter. If you have not called Epona ever, that is where she'll be. If you get Epona's song, that's where Epona is, sitting next to the tree outside Ranch.
This is going to be a sub 4 seed after all, despite everything that happened here.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I said 330.
Yeah.
Once we got the bottle, everything started going very quickly.
Oh, for sure. And ultimately, Schulzer grew the card a little faster and got to fire just that slight bit faster here, although very, very close race at the end. Alexis is effectively just trials behind.
The Gerudo card was one thing, but pushing progression. You know, Alexis.
That too, yeah.
Alexis spent a lot more time cleaning up, generally, even a bit after having picked up the Gerudo card.
Which
I mean, they
understandable
would have been neck
play.
and neck if Alexis had gone straight back in.
And I get it too, but just how the seed went.
Yeah. It's one item. There was one item around. You get it or you don't.
Because the thing was, sure, fire is progression, but also if you decide to start clearing it, that's a 10-15 minute commitment.
Yeah. And again, the basement is the basement. Or not the basement, the ground floor is the ground floor.
But really, that's just how random is for you. I mean, for all
Yeah.
in a different world, Alexis might have found gold scale in one of those other checks.
Oh, we knew it was in the Valley Bean patch, yeah.
What was the Valley Bean patch?
Nothing important.
No.
It could have been Iron Boots.
We'll have the spoiler log once they finish to see where the gold scale was. I'm quite curious myself. And what the game thought was Path and Deku Tree.
It is very classic to have given you Path to Skulls in your Go Mode dungeon.
Here.
Big Oron sword and double magic. Don't think it's going to be a particularly troublesome fight for Schulzer.
Not at all.
Door 4
And the
Ganon.
answer to collapse is nope.
No collapse. Why do we even play Random Settings League if we don't get to collapse? Or commentary, but there really isn't much to say at this point.
Not really. I mean, we're in. Alexis has finished trials, is in Ganon's Tower, just a couple minutes behind Schulzer, who is on Ganon's
Yeah.
first phase. And we're about to be done.
Yeah, 7 hearts, double magic. Got the hammer. This is bread and butter stuff for these runners at this level.
Really. They've done this hundreds of times, all pretty standard stuff.
It's a
So.
formality. It did come very close. Alexis did look very far ahead at one point. I would say that that's the case in Boss Keezy. Because, you look at the tracker and one person has 5 more dungeon rewards. Okay, but each dungeon took them 90 seconds.
Relatively, it wasn't much.
And GG's in the chat for Schulzer. Finishing with a time of... Nope, there it is in the chat, of 3:41.26.
Yep, and Alexis
A
is
good
right
time for
behind
this seed.
him.
Yeah. It could have been nastier.
Absolutely.
Even with as bad as the start was.
I mean, to a degree, this kind of goofiness is somewhat expected for these settings.
True, but I mean, even for random settings league, that was a lot of bottlenecks for the first sort of hour and 15 minutes, more
Yeah, the
than
start
any
was pretty
RSL
dry.
I've played. I know they have a habit of either giving you nothing at the start or everything at the start, but even this was a bit dry.
And yeah, it will be a sub 3 to 45 for both runners here.
I had a knock at the door. You can see Alexis just beginning his Ganon fight. It's nice to see them finish it out. But, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you're this
you've played for
close.
3 hours and 40 minutes. You might as well play the last two.
I mean, if you're like, if you've got 3 dungeons left to go and you have no clue where your go mode is, that's a different story. But this
Yeah,
close, yeah, you might as well just complete it.
say it's good practice, but as you say, I wonder how many times Alexis has killed Ganon over the years.
Quite a lot, that's for sure. He's looking at his race time history. He's joined 708 races, and he's finished almost all of them, except for a couple. So he's just in terms of race time races. He's killed Ken like 700 times. We're close to
Not a
it. So.
DNFer.
No.
And Alexis himself, GG to him, at a time of 3:44:37. 3 minutes in it. After
Yep.
3 hours and 40 minutes is very close.
Very much so. GG's to Alexis as well. And we will see if we can get them in for an interview.
This should be coming in for an interview. Let's see if Schulzer will come in as well.
Alexis is French, so I may provide a spot of translation if needed as well.
Do know that Happy Grant was restreaming this for the French side, so
He may raid over to us, or they may join it or Alexis may hop over there, depending on what they prefer. But we do have our runners in our waiting room, so here we are, GG and GG's.
GG.
Hello, GG Schulzer.
GG, Alexis. Oh, what a
Oh.
close in the end. Oh my god.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. Maybe it can be more close if I rush fire immediately after the card.
Yeah, you would have been. I think you might have even been slightly ahead at that point, but you were still really close going into fire. You just did a couple extra
yeah.
checks.
I think you were in River. No, you were going through the shortcut leading to Fortress as Schulzer got the iron boots. So I mean, you're talking about 60 seconds maybe.
Oh,
Despite my
okay.
than this early game, I personally had tagged myself that GDG had GDG, and I was super confused because I was like, we don't have a warp to Shadow Temple, so where's my Fire Temple? And I went into GDG and was like, oh, Fire Temple is here. What did I do? And I figured that I just missed that hint that the back of the graveyard had go to GDG and not GDG itself.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, probably would have saved myself the Child Ocarina song there before I don't miss like that stuff, but not too much. The early game was just so bad. I know where the hook shot is, go into Shadow, and then see the bottle, and I'm like, I have to go back here? I mean, and then I died to Bongo, and I had to go back there anyway, so it wasn't even that bad.
I cracked up
there
at
was-
that bottle. That was funny.
This bottle is... What a joke, this bottle.
Yeah. Because you had no strength and no bottle at that. You had no strength, no hook, no long shot. You could not get that bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the bottle wasn't a fun one, but a lot of how this seed went between the two of you came down to when you picked up 30 skulls. Alexis, you got the 30 skulls a lot faster.
Oh, okay.
Which let you get all the stuff out of Forest. So you were a number of dungeons ahead at some point.
Oh, okay.
I guess I had a GG card instead of like Rushing Skulls then. Like, that was like the other part, I guess.
Alexis did some very good clearing of Child. It's just unfortunate that the route that you used to clear Child ended in Treasure Chest game than started.
Yeah. I have only one child.
Yeah, I
And
knew that
credit to
that
you,
game key
finished
had
all
to
of
be
it.
in. Like, I set myself up for checking Treasure Chest game by perfectly having time of day for both Child and day and night long range to get like all the keys, because it was regional keys for that, I think. Pretty
it
much.
was regional, yeah.
And then
I believe.
yeah, and then you get something like, oh no, all my plans. But I also got lucky that like I skipped a bunch of Child stuff. I think I never touched Child Lost Woods, for example.
Yeah, I think pretty much all of the stuff you managed to avoid is the stuff that Alexis cleared before the.
Yeah, I have nothing. Only have Storm Castle, I guess. In Child and in Adult, I don't know. Dumpy Race in Ledge Valley. One Check-in Valley, Storm Grotto Valley. I guess I just have Valley in Adult. Maybe.
I can't think of anything
Yeah.
else.
Wait, did you logically need the things for Shadow Temple? I guess you do because of the key. Wow, I completely forgot about that.
That was a logical multiple dip of Shadow. You had to go in once for your. You had to go in once for your. What was it? You had to go in once for your hammer to go grab your hook shot to come back. To get your hook shot. And then you had to leave again to you had to leave, you grab your hammer, leave to get hookshot. Hookshot blocks 30 skulls, by the way. This was a you had to get your strength because it's vanilla keys and there's a key on the top of the crusher room. You need that. You need to go back to Forest to grab your long shot. To come back to grab the skull for that bottle and beat the place. This was a multi-trip Shadow. It was, by the way, exactly 30 out of 30 skulls in logic according to the spoiler log, because there's 30 skull tokens in this, because there's a whole lot of skull tokens in this way of the hero item list.
Yeah, we were
Oh my
struggling
God.
to try and count more than 30 skulls. My best guess was 34.
Yeah, that's what you get playing us. Like I was like in the first 20 minutes, I was convinced that skulls were only in dungeons shuffled, and then I was in Gon City and got a piece of fun. I was like, huh? Wait, I got like 3 or 4 skulls from skulls in the overworld. And then you tell me it's still overworld skulls? What the fuck?
Don't worry, we said the same thing on commentary.
Yep.
We only noticed it was overworld skulls when you did, when you went to Gorhun.
Okay, I was like, okay, I'm gonna grab that skull. There's gonna be another one. Like, I need skulls anyways. Need 30. So let's grab that one early and then. Wait, that's not a skull? Yeah, it was kind of the early game. Like, if you get the bomb juice earlier, then you get hover boots earlier before maybe even finding Shadow, which would have helped a lot.
Yeah,
Because the both hooks were locked by hammer.
It was about 4 or 5 bottlenecks in a row, and then all of a sudden it was, okay, now you've got 60% of the game left. There's an iron boots in here somewhere. Go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the other scale is?
Gold
Fire
scale
Temple, Gold
is
Skull.
deep is
Fire
is,
Temple.
it's by Pierre and Fire, yeah.
Wait, we
Because
got
Pierre
a
was hinting.
Amazing.
Wait, we had vanilla keys, but we still got a hint for Pierre. What the fuck? What is this garbage?
Pierre's not a key. Pierre's a
Oh yeah,
token.
Pierre
Pierre's
was
an item, remember? Because
oh yeah, it was a good scooter token. Never mind, my bad.
oh yeah, because it's the keys in Fire Temple are the Gorons.
Yep.
Yeah, we. And then
Of course, you got your
hinted item in
your-
Deku tree that was Path and Deku was Strength 3.
Yeah, I was tempted to full clear Deku to get the strength 3, but on the other side, I hadn't got a hint for another style, and then it turned out that we didn't need strength 3. But I was like, yeah, I'm put for those mint here. I'm pretty sure it has to be strength 3 at this point. I was like, what item could there be here if not strength 3? Like, I was like, it's probably not wallet. It's probably not the what's it called? I guess it could have been the Gonchini or wallet, but
it could have been
the other
exactly
item.
Strength 3 or the gold scale, since Lab Dive
That's
was
what
that
we were
token.
figuring, yeah.
Yeah, I never found a Gonchini or wallet, so it could have been that for me as well, I guess.
Yeah, we didn't see. We only saw a wallet at the very end of this seed because
Yeah.
in Water Trial.
You were not getting the golden tunic from Deku Theater Sky Mask. That was not happening this seed.
No, we had a chuckle at that because it's like, it's required only AD. Funny game. Yeah.
I think it's the only
okay.
time I've seen
there is only 2 wallets in
AD.
Shop 0. I wasn't sure. Your wallets were Water Trial and the Child Crater Skull up on the crate. By worst scrub.
This might be the only time I've seen an all dungeons required only seed that had 2 inaccessible dungeons. Normally it's
like I was so baffled when I got to force him and so when I was like, you put well here? Where's my fire temple?
we saw you stop. Yeah. I was like 100% sure it was going to be Dodongo's cavern up there. So I was also stunned a little.
Yeah, child DC, whoop whoop, logical magic that you don't need in child DC, whoop whoop.
Yeah. Yeah,
but yeah, I think I got kind of fed out by rushing dungeons in the end, but
Alexis did a lot more child cleanup, which did help you, yes, Schulzer, in the end.
Yeah. It was like we do not need much at this point. Like I got instant pretty quickly and GDG card, and then was like, yeah, I need access to Deku, and then I'm gonna probably check GDG and check if I missed select. But at that point, it was like, I still need one item. Just give me that one item, and it turns out that one item was just in a place I didn't want to go to for a while. Both of those. It was a fun seed. Like I always like me some over shuffle. It makes loading interesting. Like I was in the early game, especially at multiple points where I thought to myself, okay, what do you have left? Like, how many locations can you remember on top of your head? And I think I was down to 1 or 2 locations multiple times.
Yeah, I think you both were pretty dry on checks. You're down to the sort of 1, 2, maybe 3 at a time.
Yeah,
And then
you
right at the
guys-
end, it was you've got the entirety of Child.
Yeah, you guys both got bottlenecked fairly hard.
And I can say that Overworld
What,
Shuffle might be fun to play, but watching 2 people at once, it's not the easiest to keep track of.
No, not at
It's
all.
fun, but Steams don't like Overworld, don't like me. And apparently don't like Schulzer too.
I still never found, how's it called? Composer Glaive. Just never found that.
Let me go
Nobody
control
did.
F the spoiler log. Yeah, we never saw it. Composer Grave was... Where is this thing on?
Is it in Hyrule Castle, in the Storm Grotto?
Funny game.
Oh.
It
Yeah,
would be funny if it was there.
It is, actually.
A classic.
It's the only grotto I can think of that wasn't checked between the two of you, so...
I think I had that one left and another one. I'm not done. Yeah, I never checked the Fountain Storm Grotto. Like, that was the other one I have left on my attacker. But why would you go back up there if you just got storms? Like, don't want to go back there at all. But yeah, was fun as I see. Thank you for comms. I hope we didn't make it too long this time. Like, I tried my best, but they still managed to last okay in like the last few RSL seats I play. But it at least did not go on until like the end game this time, only the early game. Yeah, thanks for the match. I hope for a good game too.
Thanks for the stitch user and thanks for the commentary.
Thank you for letting us restream you.
A pleasure. Always.
I think that is us today. Stars, or something else on the ZSR schedule coming up?
We might have a Z2R race or two later tonight. There's a couple things going on. Z2R has both its Upstarts tournament and its Speed Gaming Live tournament going on right now, so it's a bit of things to juggle, but looks like
Would Upstarts be something similar to Scrubs,
tournament.
or?
Yeah, beginners
Yeah,
tourney.
okay.
So they've got, looks like a doubleheader between Angel FM and DK 9146 tonight at 8 and 10 p.m. Eastern. Or is that? No, that's tomorrow night, but we do have something on tonight scheduled. I will not be commentating it because I need a break after this.
I need to make food, yeah.
But yeah, we've got a. But yeah, it looks like there'll be a. I know that is tonight, and I can't read our schedule. Yeah, there'll be a doubleheader tonight between Angel and DK. Will be 8 and 10 p.m. Eastern. I was looking at the schedule the wrong way. Time zones are hard. So we'll have that tonight, and then tomorrow we got more races tomorrow, more Z2R races. We've also got coming up this week some Woodmaker Randomizer Standard Season 8 races. We've got the Link to the Past Randomizer Cross Keys bracket play-in race this Sunday, and some other things going on, so keep an eye out for all that. And we'll have, of course, Game 2, and if needed, Game 3 of this finals on also, so keep an eye out, although they haven't yet been scheduled. But for now, that is going to be it here for us. Thank you for watching all, and have a good evening.